Good evening. It's 5 o'clock. Welcome to the Thursday, February 15th, 2024 Nantucket Conservation Meeting. Permit me to confirm that all members who are present can be heard. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal? Huh, okay. Tim Brain?
Here.
Seth Engelborg?
Here.
Mike Mazzarelli?
Here.
Joe Plandowski?
Here.
Linda Williams? So,
Ian, Linda, and Mark, we will have them on. We're just having some webinar issues.
okay, great. Thanks, Will. This meeting is being held entirely remotely, so all participants are participating via Zoom. The public may participate via YouTube. There are directions on the town's website as to how to join. If anybody wishes to speak, please raise your hand either in your camera window or virtually and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please state your name and any relationship you might have to the project before speaking. Please keep your devices muted when you're not speaking so that you're not picked up by the recording or creating a distraction. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating via video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that others may be able to see you and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. We'll start the meeting with public comment on items not being heard this evening. And seeing none, moving on to public hearing notices of intent, the following are continued. Lampoon Nominee Trust, 6 Westco Place, continued until March the 7th. Manila 5 Binji Lane, continued to March the 7th. And with amended orders and conditions, 8 Highbrush Path LLC, 8 Highbrush Path, continued to March the 7th. And in certificates of compliance, Schreiberg 60 Westchester Street, continued until March the 7th.
Ian, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Do we have nope, neither Mark nor Linda at this point?
Almost.
So, with starting notices of intent, Carol W. Dean Revocable Trust, 48 West Myacomet Road.
You do have me, Mr. Chairman. This whole new format sucks, just to be blunt. You do have me. Probably Mark's having the same problem.
Thank you, Linda. So Linda's joined at 5:04. And Mark has called me a few minutes ago. So
Ian, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Real quickly, I know this may be a format thing. You actually did have a couple of public comments from the attendees list. You had Burton Balkind and Tobias Glidden who had raised their hand, but I think will have to let them in.
Yeah, so we're going to have to do something by next meeting so that I can access public comments, because to voice Linda's concerns, I share them. Will, would you let people in?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to get Mark and Linda on, but Ian, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I think if you click the participants button down at the bottom left, which I'll keep monitoring this throughout the meeting, but I think that a window should open up on the right side of your screen that shows the attendees with raised hands. But
it does. Thank you.
I will also keep my eye on it.
Thank you. It shrinks you to slightly larger than a matchstick head. So Spruce, please identify yourself, and sorry I cut you off.
Burton Balkind, Mr. Chair, no problem. I understand there was a glitch in the system. My first comment is, are we going to be allowed to participate in the emergency order for Baxter Road that Mr. Dunk is going to be presenting today?
All members of the public get to chime in after commissioners have asked their questions.
Thank you. And then my second question, it pertains to 79 Baxter Road. I had wrote the Natural Resource Department asking about some actual sand data that was mined from the Geo2 project to put over at 79 Baxter Road. I got a response from Jeff that they were trying to get to that, but he said that he understands my frustration and working towards a resolution, but I never got any actual hard data. And maybe if Mr. Dunk has some time before that, if he's listening, he could, I was looking for the amount of sand, the actual, they have like a ticket of the sand they took off the template to bring over to 79 Baxter Road. All they had is numbers that was available, but they didn't have any actual data. So if that's possible to bring up for that conversation or before that conversation about the emergency order, that would be great. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Spruce. I don't see anyone else from the public with their hand raised.
I just got on, Ian.
Oh, good.
The
Great to see
webinar
you,
was,
Mark. Thank you very much. You weren't the only one who had issues joining. So
didn't get the link apparently. I had no trouble once I got the link, but I didn't get the link.
yeah, mine went to a different email address than one I normally use. So noted that Mark Beal joined at 7 minutes past 5. And
Ian, just saying for the record, my name on the webinars looks Mark Ritz, which is not quite right. Might want to tell Mark Ritz that, I suppose.
Yeah, like I said, Ian, there's some problems here.
I
yeah,
think it depended, Mr. Chair, on who you got the email from, because I was Paul Santos until a minute ago. This is Glenn
Yeah,
Wood.
now I'm back to Mark.
I think Mark, if you fixed it. Good man.
I'm back to Mark Beal. I didn't fix it. Some magician did behind the scenes.
NCTV fixed it.
Ah,
all right. Well, we'll try and
Thanks,
get our
Will.
multiple personnel to
there's a lot
sort
of-
it out.
There's a
So,
lot of text messages happening right now. Okay.
so, Paul, would you like to present on behalf of the Carol W. Dean Revocable Trust at 48 West Maya Comet Road?
Yes, thank you, Ian. This is in fact Paul Santos.
And I'm recused from this one right up front, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, thank you on behalf of the applicant, Catherine Dean Schulman, the trustee of the Carol W. Dean Revocable Trust, Paul Santos from Nantucket Surveyors. Also, Madden from LEC has submitted information with regards to this application also and is available for any questions that the commission may have. This is actually the third hearing on this particular project. To refresh your memory, this application is for the proposed installation of an in-ground pool with an auto cover within the 100-foot buffer zone to a coastal dune. The plan you see before you was a supplemental submittal that appended to a report that Brian Madden did from LEC with regard to a performance standard analysis, which was discussed at the end of a last meeting. So that report was submitted. It was part of the packet, and Brian's available to answer any questions that you may have with regard to that. The original application was filed. A supplement was filed on January 26, which spoke specifically to a letter that attorney Brian Swain had submitted on behalf of some abutters. And then you have the February 9th letter that LEC submitted with regard to a performance standard analysis for work within the buffer zone to a coastal dune. The plan that you see before you, just to kind of briefly walk through what resource areas we're talking about here again, the blue that you see to the south is the Atlantic Ocean. We then transition to the tan area, which is a coastal beach. We then go to a coastal dune, which rises to a dune crest, which were depicted on the plan. You'll see on the plan both the Dune Crest location, which was located in April of 2022 when we permitted a set of aluminum seasonal beach stairs. And then subsequent to that, we've added in the Dune Crest location from January 9th, 2024, which was after a few storms that occurred during the process of the hearings for this application. From the Dune Crest, you proceed to the coastal dune, which is essentially, it's a vegetated coastal dune. We then transition to some natural vegetation into an existing lawn area. You'll see the existing dwelling, and you'll see the pool depicted in the area of blue to the left or to the west of the existing dwelling. The application as submitted does not require any waivers from the Commission's regulations. The pool itself is located approximately 105 feet from the Dune Crest we located on January 9th, 2024. And it's approximately 55 feet from the base of the coastal dune that has been delineated and confirmed as accurate. The pool location has been shifted approximately 5 feet to the north from the original application. The intent there was to get some additional distance from the base of the dune, and also to provide some distance in front of forward of the proposed or the existing dwelling. So you'll see that where the dwelling is, from the deck forward, the pool is forward of the existing dwelling. The area of activity, which is the pool location, is outside of any NHESP priority habitat of rare species, and also NHESP estimated habitat of rare wildlife. A flood zone does exist on the property, but it's located south of the existing dune, essentially at the interface of the coastal beach and the coastal dune. So this is a buffer zone filing. Again, this is the third hearing on this particular item, and happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. And again, Brian is available to discuss specifically the coastal dune performance standard submittal that was submitted on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions from commissioners? And seeing none. Yes, Mark.
Again, I'll express my reservations. This pool and this house is about 1,000 feet from where we lost 40 feet a few weeks ago. And I just don't know how this application or this pool will survive more than 2 or 3 years. I think it's, well, I can't say it's irresponsible of us or the applicant, but I think it's going to be a wash away, and then we're going to regret this.
Thank you, Mark. Paul, do you want to reply? Seth?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to reply. So there are some retreat criteria provided within Brian's report. I'll let him specifically speak to that. But also, I just feel like there is a bit of a disconnect on the what's happening out here. The dune itself is basically a stable vegetated dune. The area itself from the top of the dune crest is where the recent erosion occurred. For the most part, since the 80s and 90s, this dune was actually formed subsequent to some erosion events happening many years back. Again, the pool itself is forward of the existing dwelling. If there's any chance of erosion here, putting the dwelling in jeopardy, obviously the dwelling would be proposed to be moved, and the pool, that would happen well before the pool is presented with any type of danger with regard to erosion. Brian's report also speaks specifically to the short-term erosion rates based on the Mass CCM change transects. It also, again, deals with the voluntary criteria that this commission can put in place with regard to any type of removal of the pool if necessary. And one other item that's, I guess, really not too much pertinent to this application, but the current applicant, if you can bring the plan back up, Will. I'd like to just point out. So if you slide that to the south, Will, towards the water, that you'll notice to the north. I'm sorry, Will. Let's go the other way with it. Thank you. To the north, you'll see another piece of property, which is 49 West Myacomet Road. 49 West Myacomet Road is actually owned by the current applicant. There is a restriction that was part of an agreement that was made at the time this lot was originally created, in which that lot could not be developed until such time as the house on 48 needs to be relocated for any particular reason. So that lot is pretty significant to it's a long, narrow lot that goes to the north, but this applicant has the ability to take this structure and then move it across the street. That cannot happen though, or that lot cannot be developed separately. It can only be developed as such time as this structure is picked up and then moved across the street. So the applicant does have a plan, potentially if the erosion does come in this area, to move this dwelling out of harm's way to go across the street. But that lot cannot be developed until such time as the house from 49 is from 48 is moved to the north.
Just a follow up, Ian.
Yes, of course, Mark.
It'll be brief, Paul. I was expressing frustration, not the technical aspects or the legal aspects. I think this is just I was expressing frustration. I understand you're meaning the letter of the law. I just don't like the letter of the law. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
Okay. So duly noted by the minute taker, no doubt. Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think my concerns about the landward or lateral migration of any dune are completely satisfied by the applicant's willingness to put the condition into the order that says should the dune get to a location within 25 feet of the pool, then it will be voluntarily removed. So as long as we put that into the order of conditions, that satisfies my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any further questions? Brian, would you like to add to the picture?
Yes, thank you. And just to follow up on Seth's comment, I think that condition should tie into the eroding shoreline definition, because a scenario that could happen out here is that the dune erodes away and it could just expose a coastal bank. So I think tying it into the eroding shoreline is more appropriate here. And as Paul noted, that with the house itself being more seaward, that's going to be the primary driver trigger. But because this is a standalone application relative to the pool, that's why we wanted to tie it into a specific measurement to that eroding shoreline.
Seth, would you like to respond? Because that complicates matters.
Sure, and I certainly understand what Mr. Madden is saying, and I see theoretically the point that if there's an eroding shoreline within 25 feet of that pool, obviously they're going to want to pick it up and move it. But actually, I'm sorry, I misread it. I just went back and read it again, but I would like it to say that if actually the dune is within 25 feet of that structure, because my whole point is the performance standard that's relevant for coastal dune is landward or lateral migration. And maybe it could be less than 25 feet, maybe it could be significantly less, but at some point we um, we are concerned, probably way before we get to an eroding shoreline, that the fact that that structure is in the way of the dune is going to block that migration. And then we could also write it that, instead of mandatory removal, that the permit holder should just come into the commission to apply for a new notice of intent for that structure or to apply for amendment to that structure. I think that's a little bit softer. But my concern is more about the immediate term of the dune migration rather than the long term of the shoreline erosion. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Seeing no further comments from commissioners, are there any members of the public who would like to comment? And Brian Swain and Thomas Barada and RJ Turcott and Chris Donelan. So in that order, please. Brian, you're up.
Good evening. For the record, Brian Swain, I represent in a butter. And I'd just like to remind the commissioners that this parcel of land is located in a region of the island that contains fragile and unique temperate zone heaths and moorlands. And they're not just endangered landforms on Nantucket, but they're also endangered landforms in North America. And this parcel deserves the utmost protection. It's literally eroding away from us at unprecedented rates without the assistance of human interference. And notwithstanding that, Mother Nature taking it away from us, the applicant's proposing to unnecessarily disturb it and to voluntarily excavate, destroy, and dispose of a portion of it simply to install a luxury accessory feature in a seasonal home. As it currently sits now, this property contains almost double the amount of impervious surface area than what's allowed under our bylaw. Our bylaw allows 1,400 square feet of impervious surfaces. And this property is close to double that. Adding a pool would increase it to 3,372 square feet of impervious surface area, almost 2.5 times what's allowed under a bylaw. As I stated at the last meeting, we've already submitted a letter of oppositions and we stand by those, which include the risk of environmental contamination, drainage and runoff issues, harm to endangered species, operating heavy equipment in a protected habitat, aquifer contamination, and well pollution. Just as important as those issues are is the need to have coring samples performed to accurately identify whether the area between the beach and landward is still classified as a dune. If you look at the plan, the identification of the toe is almost 2 years old. We asked the question, is that dune still a dune or has it become a bank, and whether there could be a coastal dune landward of the coastal bank. The resource demarcation on the site plan, it's based on stale data. It needs to be updated to include including the most recent spot identification from January 9th, 2024. As Mark indicated, we just lost 40 feet at the sewer plant and the town's abandoning that. That was all after January 9th. So our local regulations provide the commission with the absolute authority to request additional information of an applicant on a case-by-case basis under 393I. This is certainly a unique application that should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and the board should be provided with current data so that it can make the utmost informed decision as possible. The methodology for identifying the resource classification and its respective boundaries should be based upon data and not prior delineations on former applications that are now stale. If in fact the resource area is a coastal bank or something else, The entire application will need to be withdrawn, resubmitted, accordingly renoticed so that the applicant can apply for the proper relief based upon accurate and current information. At a minimum, the board should require the applicant to engage a geologist, obtain samples from the resource area, analyze them so that we can properly identify what exactly exists, its classification, and establish current, accurate data, proven resource boundaries. I know that Mr. Madden did submit a supplemental letter addressing the dune performance standards. The response to number 6 is an opinion that simply states a dune can freely move laterally. However, it does not provide a rationale, data, or justification. Based upon that response, the applicant has not met his burden of proof, which is proving beyond a preponderance of credible evidence that the proposed work complies with the performance standards. The applicant simply has not met his burden of proof, and therefore this application is ripe for denial on that alone. So in summary, the board is vested with the authority to deny this application outright. It has a legitimate basis for doing so. And at minimum, it can require the applicant to engage a geologist to obtain samples, report back with substantiated, credible information. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thomas Barada?
Yes. I wanted to follow up in regard to what Mr. Swain had said. I've spoken with the wastewater plant in regard to pool water being processed out there, and the director of the plant has basically said he can count the amount of times that pool water has been brought to their facility on less than one hand. It's not very oftenly done. I have driven around this island. I've seen pools dumped running down the road. Even the saltwater pools on New Lane is a prime example where they just pump it out and dump it on the road. So for anybody to say that they're going to bring in a truck to pump it out, it doesn't really happen often. And there's no records that anybody keeps to say that they do. Number one, for the environmental concern. Number two, the town created that area as a moorland management district. It's not only the management of the moors, but it was also intended to protect all the wildlife and the birds and whatnot. We used to have short-eared owls out there. They were there until the National Grid came out and took the telephone poles down. Now they're very few and far between. But we have barn owls. I've seen them on the trees. We have a lot of hawks and everything else. Just wanted to make that known. It's a beautiful habitat there. Three, in regard to the coastal bank and the dune, after that storm, we also had a storm on the 16th, I believe it was, which actually undermined the platform for the stairs for their beach stairs that they had the application a couple of years ago that Mr. Santos had mentioned. I believe one of the neighbors out there submitted those photos to Concom or to somebody relative to the Concom process. But the footings for those stairs are gone. It's been undermined, and the storms do eat that bank back. We have lost more out there since that was delineated on January 9th, just for the record. Also, the other question I have for you is you're about to do some meeting in regard to discussion about the buffer zone, changing the buffer zone criteria. If this goes through tonight at 50 feet and you change it to 75, I guess that's kind of why they're pushing for it so quickly to get it. This application has been with you for well over a couple of years. Well over a year. And it kept getting bounced and bounced. Yes, it's the third meeting in regard to it, but it was expedited quickly in the last 3 to 4 months. But I do remember it being on the schedule back in March and June of last year. So this isn't a process that's been short. It's been drawn out, and now here we are. So I thank you for your time. I just wanted to raise those points in regard to the chemical processes. Even if it's a chlorine pool or a salt pool, salt pool is even worse than a chlorine pool. In regard to pumping criteria, most people don't do it. And in regard to the Moorland Management District, was created far beyond just the heathlands as well. So I thank you for your time, and hopefully you take it under consideration.
Thank you, sir. RJ Turcott?
Thank you, Chair Golding, RJ Turcott, on behalf of the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I commented on this project at the prior meeting, and in the time since, NLWC has been looking to find a coastal geologist to access the neighboring property. We haven't found one yet, but the issue is, if any of you commissioners have had a chance to go down there, you've already noted the erosion going on either side. When this was defined as a dune back in 2022, conditions were different. This is a dynamic area, and it's of our opinion that it is no longer a coastal dune that is landward of the coastal beach there. It is a coastal bank. There is glacial material, irregular glacial material that's falling out that wasn't deposited by wind action, either deposited or eroded by wind. We now believe that it's a coastal beach backed by a coastal bank, which has a coastal dune field behind it, which is a part of the Frost decision, which some of you might be familiar with, unique to Nantucket. We're the only ones who have that definition for a coastal dune field. If the commission were to hire a geologist, you might have an easier time than we do finding one, since you're the municipality and the regulatory body, and get this delineated properly as a coastal bank. You would be able to then talk about the erosion rate for the area and properly permit this pool so that it won't be an issue where you find yourself a couple meetings back at Tom Nevers having to do an emergency order for access to get debris off of the resource area when this erodes the way the abutting shorelines have. So we believe that this isn't delineated properly as a coastal dune right now. We believe it's a coastal bank that has a coastal dune field behind it, and that's a critical part of the commission's decision on how to permit this pool. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Chris Donon?
Yes, I'm a neighbor of the Shulmans on West Myacomet Road. And the dune that was measured on January 9th was before the storm, which the first storm happened the night of January 9th. I'm the one that submitted the photos, which are timestamped on January 10th. So I would feel more comfortable if the dune crest was remeasured. Actually, I'm not comfortable at all because I don't think there should be a pool in the Moorlands management. But this is much too close to the water, much too close. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Dolan. Steve Kahn?
Yeah, I do want to speak, but I prefer Brian respond to the dune issues that were raised. If that's okay first. Brian?
Yeah, just to confirm, the coastal dune boundary is a valid boundary under the 2022 Order of Conditions. Any notion that there's coastal beach to a coastal bank and then a dune field behind it, you can't have the dune needs to connect to the coastal beach. There is glacial material underneath the coastal dune, but it is one and the same resource area as coastal dune. And as I said earlier, it's an approved boundary under the open order of conditions.
Okay, so, in plain English, we already rechecked the dune, and there's a legally binding set of boundaries that we're dealing with. We don't have to go and check and get an update every day as being suggested. I heard a lot of really fancy words used. Almost everything that was said was either legally or practically incorrect. So I'm not going to go through it all, but I think that what the commission should focus on is that this is a pool being proposed within an area that pools are allowed, within an already disturbed area of the land, based on a delineation that is valid and within the bylaw. Everything else that was stated is irrelevant. I know that some of the neighbors don't want pools. and that's fine. They cannot want, they don't have to have them. But what we have here is a situation where this pool is allowed. I do think that Seth's idea of having a removal trigger based on a appropriate distance to the bank and potentially to the shoreline also, either of those are acceptable. I think you know, as Paul pointed out, this house will move to the back lot at some point across the street, and that it should be a requirement that the pool be properly dealt with at that time, not just, you know, abandoned there. And the commission should put that condition in place. And on behalf of the owner, I would accept that condition. And I think that that's what we should focus on, not trying to make up rules that don't exist, and not trying to bring in planning board rules that are irrelevant here, and not trying to make personal opinions the law. I appreciate that people have those strongly held opinions, but they're not what's controlling here. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate on behalf of the applicant the willingness to add that condition. I would just say one thing generally about whether delineations are valid or not. So as a practical matter, delineations within the past 3 years from a different order of conditions or an RDA are valid unless there's some new information that was not known at the time that materially changes that delineation. So I don't know in this case whether that applies or not, and I'm not willing to comment on that. I would just say that it is important for the commission to remember that delineations aren't just automatically valid for 3 years. They can become invalidated if there's material changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Glenn, would you like to weigh in?
Just very briefly, thank you. To address RJ's comment about the Frost decision from many years ago. The decision out of that case said, and Brian pointed this out, that a dune has to touch a beach. And so even if there's a bank now that's immediately landward of the beach, then in fact the dune isn't even jurisdictionally regulatable. So that point is moot, because it would mean that there's no dune there whatsoever. So I just want to again focus on what the law says, and also point out that it's a pool that's being built in an approved lawn, and it's also signed off on by Natural Heritage. So there are no environmental impacts with this project whatsoever. And to the pool comment, that's an enforcement issue of the town and the Concom. And if an applicant isn't following an OOC, that's an enforcement issue. That's not a permitting issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn, for your arcane interpretation.
As always.
So,
Ian, Paul Santos, could I just?
Yes, absolutely, Paul.
Okay, and just to kind of come back again against the down, I mean, I think Brian spoke to it, but I'd like to respond to Brian Swain's original letter raised this issue of the resource areas and the delineations. And I'd like to read our response to that, which was provided in our response letter to the commission. It says the coastal dune was confirmed as accurate at the time of issuance of the order of conditions SE 483535 on May 17th, 2022. In support of this application, Nantucket Surveyors LLC has reset the 2017 coastal dune flags and had David Haynes of Haynes Hydrogeologic Consulting confirm the flags as accurate on January 11th, 2024. David Haynes is the consultant that flagged the 2017 coastal dune boundary. So not only was this line shown on the 2022 open order for the beach stairs, but we went the extra step, rehung the flags, and had David come out and confirm that dune boundary is accurate specifically to address the concerns that Brian Swain had raised in his initial letter to the commission.
Thank you, Paul. So, any other comments from anyone? And seeing none, Paul, would
Ian,
you
I
like to
think-
close?
Sorry, Ian. I don't want to
Okay.
interrupt, but I think we have 3 raised hands in the attendees. We have Tom Barata, Chris Donlin, and RJ also, but I think Thomas Barata just lowered his hand.
I think they all forgot to lower their hands, and unless I'm mistaken, that was my assumption. RJ, do you have anything to add, or?
Yes, Commissioner Golding.
Oh, okay.
Quickly.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. New system. I'd like to point out and remind the commission, as far as the Frost decision and coastal dune fields, to look back to 36 and 34 Washing Pond Road, which this commission dealt with probably 2 years ago, where you do have an area of coastal bank on one property, you have a coastal dune field behind it, and since that coastal dune field at least once in a calendar year touches the beach on the abutting property, it still is a coastal dune field. It's a unique definition in Nantucket, and we're of the opinion that things on the ground have materially changed there in a really dynamic area in a heavy storm year, and that the commission needs to investigate this further before going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Brian, I see your hand up.
Hi, thanks, Ian. There's a lot of unknowns associated with this, and it's not something that should be haphazardly rushed into. And the board is afforded with the authority to request additional information. That's as black letter law as it gets. I would urge the board to get more information, have an independent third party confirm the flags, and then reevaluate when there's substantial, relevant, new current data. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, Stephen. Mr. Khan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to know on what basis Brian is challenging David Haynes' assessment, since I'm fairly certain he hires him all the time and presents his information. Like, this is a bunch of baloney, and someone needs to say that. If you just run around and say, if you just say, oh, the commission needs to do its work enough times, we can keep this going forever. I believe that Paul Santos said that the dune was updated on January 11th. Okay, that's after the storm. So as much as people want to try and make it sound like we haven't done all the work, we've done all the work. The commission has all the information it needs to make its decision. And, you know,
yes,
throwing aspersions at Mr. Haynes is not appropriate. Thank you.
Point taken. I'm sure David would chime up if he felt that it was a serious aspersion. Mr. Barata, do you have anything to add that hasn't been said before?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify that one of the last erosion storms was on the 16th of January. It wasn't on the 9th. It was the 9th was the first one. The 16th was the big one. And then there was another one, smaller one after that. But the 16th was the one where we lost the most.
Thank you for that clarification. So, commissioners, do you have any further questions? And so, seeing none, Paul, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just making sure I have my DEP file number, which I'm sure I do.
You do.
Yes, on behalf of the applicant, we respectfully request to close this hearing.
Okay, so Will, we have everything we need to close?
Yes, we do.
Happy to entertain a motion to close. Joe, thank you. Seconded by Mike by roll call vote. Mark Beal. Mark?
Yes, I'm just not, it kills me.
Reluctant aye. Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Plandowski.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye, with Linda Williams recused. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this.
Thank you very much.
That takes us on to Osprey Way Real Estate Trust, Osprey Way. Paul?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'll be recused from this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. On behalf of the applicant, Patricia A. Halstead, who is the trustee for Osprey Way Real Estate Trust. This application is for the proposed renovation and expansion of an existing dwelling, which proposed work is within land subject to coastal storm flowage, the buffer zone to a policy coastal bank, and the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. That work, when you look at the plan, this plan is on Osprey Way. It abuts Hummock Pond to the north. And the work that I first described occurs on what I'll call as the pond house, which is the house that is closest to the pond itself. You'll see two shaded areas, one of 60 square feet and another of 398 square feet, which are two small additions to what I'm referring to as the pond house. Again, that work occurs within land subject to coastal storm flowage, the buffer zone to a coastal bank, and the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The second component is, again, some additions to the proposed cottage, which is located in the central portion of the property. Again, you see three shaded areas, which are additions to the existing cottage. Those are approximately 77 square feet, 225 square feet, and approximately another 107 square feet. That is the section right there that is highlighted, that I've referred to as the cottage. That work occurs within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland, specifically partially in the flood zone, but outside of the area of the policy coastal bank. We have asked for two waivers for this particular application. Those waivers specifically, the one would be on the Hummock Pond, the pond home, building within the 50-foot no-build setback to a policy coastal bank. The applicant proposes to enclose an area of approximately 60 square feet of an existing deck located on the existing dwelling. And if you look at the pond home, you'll see a small rectangular area that is 60 square feet. And that is an existing deck entry to the dwelling that we are looking to enclose. And then moving forward, we have the larger area. The other would be building within the 2-foot high groundwater separation. Based on the current and historic site conditions, maintaining a 2-foot separation of groundwater will be unavoidable on this particular property. To give you a sense, the high watermark that we've recorded on the pond when we did a replacement septic system on this property some years back, this system was upgraded and repaired to maintain groundwater separation, and we also added an IA component to this property. The pond elevation was at approximate at that time, which was some years back, and one of the higher levels we've recorded on the pond, I think, was around elevation 5.7. Ground elevation at the proposed additions is anywhere from elevation 9 to 10. So these obviously are not full foundations. They are shallow crawl with essentially frost walls. The homes would be built to maintain the current flood zone standard requirements. And the foundations basically would be a footing, a short foundation wall to support the structure. It would be elevated above the groundwater. However, we would not be able to maintain the 2-foot separation. Plan that you see before you sets forth the location of the pond, the section of coastal bank associated with the pond, essentially at the pond house. And then you have a bordering vegetated wetland that wraps to the east around the property. The resource areas were flagged by David Haynes in August of this year. The flood zone mapping and the coastal bank, policy coastal bank, were done with regard to the standards for setting those based on the existing topography and site conditions. So again, we've asked for 2 waivers, and the proposal is to simply add some small additions to the existing structures. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Paul. Questions from commissioners? Mark.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Paul, I'm fine with a lot of the application, but I'm troubled by building within our 50-foot no-build zone. I'm not sure that's something I can support.
Okay, just to so I'd like
I
to.
have a hard time tracking that 50-foot
Okay,
line.
let's ask if Will could blow that up, and I can show you where that specific area, because it's essentially a 60-foot square foot area. Will, if you could bring up the pond home specifically and blow that area up, I think
Sure.
walk you through that.
And guys, feel free to let me know if things ever look really small on the screen, because I have a giant monitor, so it's hard to tell.
If you keep coming, Will, I think it might be easier.
Whoop. Sorry.
That's okay.
We're struggling. This section here.
No, it's over by the pond, Will.
Oops.
Right? The structure by the pond. Yeah, right in that area. Perfect. And if you could highlight the smaller shaded area.
60 square foot.
That's it. Correct. So, Mark, the area that you see there, that's the area where the most restrictive area is the policy coastal bank. So that small area, that small rectangle, not the bigger one, the bigger rectangle's outside the 50. That small rectangle is an area where there's an existing deck that provides access to the structure. And what we were looking to do there was do an infill, basically, of that deck, which would become not just a deck, it would become, it's still structure, but it would be part of the an entryway or part of the dwelling. That occurs within that 50-foot setback, and that's approximately 60 square feet, Mark.
Well, thank you, Paul. I don't see where the 50-foot line goes, though. After it reaches the house, it seems to disappear.
No, if you follow that, it reaches the house, and then it goes straight across through the front of the existing house, and then goes to the right where there's a ground cover number. Then it works its way around, because the 50-foot coastal bank, 50-foot no build, then intersects with the vegetated wetland. You'll see right there. You see where it says dwelling ground cover equals 1350.
Yeah.
So that's the 50-foot line is right there. It continues through and then goes and wraps around the rest of the site.
Thank you for showing me that.
Yeah, so it's to the left, and then it runs the front of the house and then goes around. So, yeah.
All right, Will, can you Thank you. So, I share Mark's reservations. I see no reason why we should any justification within the 50-foot no build. And also, Paul, I felt that, you know, you could have actually put the 50 and the 25 in a different color, and the 50 that is, you know, a dot and dashed line stops being a dotted dashed line as it goes through the building, then out on the other end. So it took quite a bit of deciphering on my part, and I wasn't very happy with that. And I'm opposed to your addition, even if it's only 60 square feet. Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've seen a few of these, and I understand the apprehension from the people who have expressed it so far. These older applications, or I shouldn't say older applications, the new applications, but houses that are already existing in there, you know, 60 square feet sounds like a small number, and to me, but I guess my question is to Paul, is there any way to like cantilever that section? It's a ground section. It probably can't be. I understand, but if that would help at all. So just a general question.
I can clearly ask that question to the architect. Botticelli and Pohl is the architect on this particular project. I'd have no forward. I mean, if the issue with that particular area, I mean, obviously we've had 3 members now express concern over that. I'm be willing to remove that component from the application. And if there's some alternative that we can come up with that I think may be more amenable to the board, I can always come back with it with an amended order, specifically dealing with that section. And then, you know, we can have that discussion specifically about that if the applicant and the architects feel that's something that's worth even pursuing. So.
Thank you, Paul. Mike, do you?
No, thank you. I'll take my hand down.
Okay.
If I can figure out how to do it.
So, any further questions from commissioners? Any questions from? Yes,
sir.
Tim.
And yeah, quickly, could you explain again? You said there's already a structure there, and you're basically changing it somehow. Could you clarify that for me? I didn't quite understand it.
Sure. By definition, deck is structure. So there is an existing deck in that location, but it's really just it's a deck or a landing that provides access to the dwelling. What we were seeking was to convert that to actual living space. So in the sense of structure to structure, that's the argument we can make, but it's different.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I see 2 hands up from members of the public. Mr. Barada, am I pronouncing your name correctly? And is your hand up for this? And I guess it isn't. Okay. So Spruce, is your hand up for this?
Yes, Chairman Goulding.
Go ahead.
My question is this been site visited by the commission, this property?
Not recently.
I would just, my 2 cents, I caretake the property next door. The water levels, I know Paul said that this was there's some of the survey measurements taken during high water, but I mean, in a year where we're experiencing, you know, we were in a drought not too long ago. I know we've had a lot of rain recently, but the water level on the adjacent property is almost up to the top of the bulkhead that's there. I think maybe a site visit just to get a feel for what you know, the new normal is for water level on the pond might be in order. I don't know if it would make a difference, but it's definitely eye-opening being there and seeing how high the water is right now. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spruce. Paul?
Sure. Again, Spruce, to go back, the actual water level that we've used, not that it's really kind of almost immaterial to the application, but in 2014, the pond was at an extremely high level, and we had recorded information back at that point, and that's what we actually used, and the Board of Health was using back at that point to determine the groundwater elevation when we were designing septic systems and doing repairs along the pond. Just to give a sense of that elevation as it relates to today. I mean, I didn't use the elevation. The rack line that we located, basically, which was in November of 23, was approximately at elevation 3.5. The water level that we had, that high water level we had back in 2014, was at elevation 5.7. So significantly higher. Where it is today, I'm not too sure, but that 2014 recording of the pond, I remember it. I remember specifically, it was a very high location, and that's what we were using back when we were doing majority, like a lot of the repairs on the pond itself. So again, from my end, I am removing the request for the 60 square foot, the section within the 50-foot no build, just to put that back out there, and then I'm happy to answer any other questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Paul. Any further questions? So, seeing none, would you like to close, Paul?
Again, I have a DEP file number, and yes, I would like to close.
Will, do we have everything we need?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Mark, is that a motion to approve, seconded
And,
by
the motion is to exclude the 60-foot square foot deck and approve everything else with the waiver.
Yeah.
So there is still a waiver, correct, for the 2-foot
Yes,
separation?
for the 2-foot groundwater separation.
Okay.
Correct.
So Mark has made the motion, and Joe, did you second it?
I did.
Excellent. Thank you. So by roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Mike Mizzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Klandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye, with Seth Engelborg recused. And that brings us on to Third Point Holdings LLC, 39 Quays Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Arthur Gasparo, I am here for the second public hearing on the application to install a new bulkhead along an existing failing bulkhead in Quays. And I have provided revised plans and supplemental information based on the discussion at the first meeting, as well as comment letter that we had received from the Division of Marine Fisheries. So on the screen, thank you, Will, that's perfect. On the screen,
Sorry about that.
No, thank you. In front of you is a plan which relocates the proposed bulkhead from seaward of the existing timber bulkhead to landward of the bulkhead. We had been proposing to stay just in front of it, again in an effort to minimize disturbance. I've had discussions with the contractor, and we've revisited the design, and we believe that we can install and drive the steel sheeting behind that timber. There'll be a bit more disturbance, but that we would try to the extent possible, not disturb the bulkhead that's there while we go behind it, as opposed to trying to rip it out and go into the same exact footprint. And then once the new sheeting is installed, we could remove the old timbers. That eliminates the the footprint within the coastal beach resource area. And then another question that the commission had last time was if we would explore or had considered fiber reinforced plastic sheeting. And so we did explore that. There's some concern that given the soil type, glacial erratics in this area, that the amount of rock and clay silt type soils, that that type of sheeting would be very likely to splinter on installation, and we may have to do additional excavation. And that if we really want to minimize the impact of the installation, steel would be the preferred alternative. We did explore that, but we have proposed to remain with the steel sheeting. And then, as previously proposed, was a set of beach stairs to access the beach and keep folks off of the bank, and you'd have pedestrians essentially channeled to a single position. So I believe that addresses the questions from the last meeting, and I'd be happy to address any others that you may have.
Questions from commissioners?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There was an additional question with respect to the age of the structures. And so I obtained a 1971 aerial, though the quality of that image is not great. It's much better on my screen than it is in printed. But the structures were there. But then I also submitted a 1969 land court plan that showed the house and the garage that were there. Now that house did burned in 1999 and was replaced, but I believe it still afforded protection. Thank you.
You're welcome, Paul. And that's an interesting legal point. Because was it built on the same footprint? Do you know that as a fact?
No, I don't think it was the exact same. I think there was a slight adjustment. It's in your files. There was notice of intents that were done for that work.
Right. Questions from commissioners? So, is there a beach access that afforded to this property by another set of stairs, Paul?
Art, yes, there is a set of stairs
Sorry.
on the no problem. There is a way to the east of this property that does have a set of stairs, but there's others that have rights in that way, and the owner would prefer to use his own set of beach stairs.
Yes, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hesitate to even bring this up, but so if the structure is indeed from 1999, and it is unclear to the statutory protection of that, I know in some cases the applicants of these projects have also said, well, the bulkhead itself is a structure that could be granted protection. And I know we're still waiting on a legal opinion of that. But given the actual plan on this site to put the stainless or the steel sheeting behind the timber, that the justification that that new structure would protect the old structure is actually factually incorrect. Because the timber would be in front of the steel, and then it would be removed after anyways. So I do think we need to get a little bit more history about the statutory protection of that house. And I am aware of the large scale bulkhead field in this area. But we do need to make sure that we're permitting things correctly and waiving them appropriately if needed. So Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And I share your concerns. Yes, Mark.
I was going to comment on the stairs also. I would think that I walk that beach on occasion. I fish in front of it sometimes. And as we know, the tides are getting higher all the time, and that's one area where the tide does lap up against the bulkheads when it's high. And one more structure to reduce public access is I think unnecessary when they already have legal public access right on their property line, which is a public way. No, not public way. It's a way that is an easement that they and other neighbors have rights to. So I don't think we need to permit a second set of stairs to that beach to further restrict fishing and fouling along that beach.
Thank you, Mark. And I agree with you. So we have the issue of the stairs. We also have the issue of the bulkhead. And so I personally would like to get legal opinion before we proceed further. And how do commissioners feel on that subject? Okay, Tim assents, Mark assents, Seth proposed it. Joe, do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes.
Good. So Art?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't in any way want to be argumentative or, but I think I'd like an understanding or just a little bit more discussion if we could, because, you know, and I could share my screen, which is directly from your files so that it's not new information that shows the previous dwelling footprint and the new dwelling. The new dwelling's no closer than what's there. I mean, you know, I think that we could get legal opinion too if needed, but I don't know that it's really warranted. You had a house, a dwelling that existed on a property prior to 1978 definitively. It burned and it was replaced. And to try to argue that removes the ability for that house to be afforded protection by a coastal engineering structure, I'd say, regardless of legal principle, it just doesn't seem fair. I mean, again, the poor people, their house burned and they replaced it, and because of that, they can't, you know, maintain a bulkhead that also previously existed. And I think that if you look at the context of this site, and you know, the house it wasn't significantly increased. And if it would help you, I'd be happy to share the screen so that you can see the difference. It's not like they, you know, lost their house to a fire and then came back and it, you know, built some other extremely, you know, different, larger house. Not that I even know that maybe would be an issue, but that's not the case here. And then, you know, this bulkhead is failing and it's timber and it's armored on both sides. So you also sort of have a situation of what if you deny this and you have a gap and you take this structure out or you let it to continue to fail and you end up with the debris, and then you end up with the structures on both sides being flanked and compromised. It just really seems to me that, you know, I understand the concern when we were seaward, potentially, you know, within the coastal beach, but we're going, you know, behind it again. And I think a way that is going to maintain something that previously existed along a shoreline that is armored, you know, it's all of those things combined. I believe that it's a, you know, a project that is both justified, you know, approvable, is done in a way that meets the interests, you know, so strictly to the bulkhead. We could talk about the stairs and the other point, but I think that I'm not sure what the opinion is there that you'd be seeking on in this case and what you'd be getting, counsel and delay, and I know that it's pretty rare that it sort of comes back when you want this, and I understand that, but in this case, I just don't really understand what the value of that and what it really that accomplishes here. So that it's obviously at the commission's prerogative, but I just don't really see it in this case. I think that if these folks are doing the right thing by through this project. And then with respect to the stairs and Commissioner Beal's point of fish and fowl and navigation, the next step for those stairs would also have to obtain the part that goes below the bulkhead, as well as the bulkhead, or certainly the stairs, a Chapter 91 license. So they would have to, and that those are always conditions to allow for the passage. I would expect in that case that you wouldn't have railings on that lowest section, and that actually could help public lateral access, because if the water is coming high, you could go up a stair for that part and then keep going. I mean, at that point, at the high tides, as we both all know, along that, when you have the situation that the water is reaching the structures along that shoreline, then it does, your access is essentially a wet foot, so to speak, and you're waiting. But this doesn't really change that, and it won't block the access. And again, it's just providing for this property, much like the commission typically does for beach stairs on an individual property. I think it helps to have folks use the stairs. This isn't that high of a bank. It helps to avoid pedestrians that may choose to traverse the bank in a goat path type manner, if you would. And the stairs could be constructed as you typically permit for beach stairs in such a way there's really not an adverse impact from the stairs from the top of the bank to the bulkhead. So it's at your discretion, but I just not really so sure what we would have to continue and involve counsel for. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support what Art is saying. It seems that there wasn't that big of a change with the house, if any. I haven't seen what the old one was, but to put the other properties in peril, possibly by not acting on the application, just doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I'm in support of the application as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Art,
Would you like?
in?
I'm sorry. Would you like me to share my screen with your plan from your files to show the house that used to be there and the house then from the fire?
Well, we have it in the package, and it's out of focus. I assume it to be out of focus on the screen.
I guess I'm not seeing that.
Go ahead, Will.
Do you want to let Art share it if his is
Sure
better?
Does that help?
Yeah.
So this is where, and again, I just wanted to keep this up so you could see it's from the archives, but here's the footprint, and then here is, the proposed, which is pretty close to what was built. I mean, so you had this one that burnt, and then this is what they replaced it with.
Yeah, I was referring to the aerial. So
I wanted to show that,
right. So it is a different footprint.
It went from a slightly different shape to a simpler rectangle of similar size.
Seth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't actually think we need legal counsel opinion here, but I do think we need to follow the wording as written in our regulations. And I'm sure a lot of project applicants and even some of my fellow commissioners find me to be overly formal, but we do have a performance standard within Coastal Bank that, does not permit new bulkheads for structures that are built after 1978. And in this case, it is clear that the structure was built after 1978. So I'm not saying that we need to necessarily deny the bulkhead there, but it needs to either be appropriately waivered through a appropriate waiver request, or it needs to meet the other half of that standard that shows that there's no environmentally better way to control an erosion problem. So I'll defer to the applicant as to what they want to do, but I don't think we can just put this forward with no waiver, and that's just a bad precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Art, before you reply, I'm going to recognize Linda.
I agree with what Mike has said. I agree with what Art has said. I agree with some of what Seth has said. So I don't think we have to seek town council on this one. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Linda. Mark.
Thank you. I can find with Seth's comment about no other solution that, I mean, it does. Well, on each side, there is a already established bulkhead. And if you put one in the middle, it'll make that continuous. And it's been no increase in erosion. But if we have denied the application and there's suddenly a lot of end scouring on both ends, I think we would not be doing our job. So I can take solace in approving it based on that waiver criteria, that it'll make things worse if we don't approve it and let them rebuild it. Art doesn't agree.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just, whenever Commissioner.
Oh, no.
Linda, will you put your hand on if you have nothing further to add, please? And Art?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe this would be considered a new bulkhead. The shoreline has an existing bulkhead. So this is not a new bulkhead. This is a replacement that's going behind it. I mean, it's a different material so that it will last longer and we wouldn't have to come in, which I think furthers the interests of the commission. But I would read the definition of a new bulkhead to mean you're coming to protect a shoreline that is not otherwise protected. And this bulkhead exists and has for quite some time. So I don't see it as meeting I don't believe that it would be considered a new bulkhead.
Thank you, Art. Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think whether we agree or disagree on that, it's not relevant because there's also a part of the performance standard that says bulkheads may only be rebuilt if the commission determines there's no environmentally better way to control an erosion problem. So whether it's a new built bulkhead or a rebuilt bulkhead, it still either needs to meet that criteria under the alternatives analysis or it needs to be waivered. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, Art.
And to that point, I included the alternatives analysis in the application for that very reason. But I don't believe there's a environment. I studied that. I know that. I tried to address it, and we can go back because I don't believe that there would be an environmentally better way. And we can run through those. They're in your in the application. I went through the coir fiber, geotubes, gabions. If we tried to do any of those types of things here, we were essentially ripping apart what's there. I believe that it would be more damaging to the interests protected by the commission. So I completely am in agreement with Commissioner Engelborg and worked to address that, understanding that that standard applied, and we believe that the installation of the sheeting is at this site given all conditions, given the adjacent ends, how it all ties together, that this is the environmentally best way to continue to control erosion at a property that has an existing coastal engineering structure. If there's something that else that how else I would address that, I'm not sure. So I'm not, trying to just push off a continuance, but I don't want to just say, let's continue it if I think I've already addressed what it is that you're asking for.
Joe?
Have we determined whether the steel is in front or in back of the current wooden bulkhead?
It'd be in back. So Art, it's something of a conundrum. First of all, there's the steps. Secondly, you're persuasive as always, and I'm looking at sea level rise and the fact that putting a steel bulkhead in means that future generations won't be able to access it as water rises. And then, of course, we have the issue of the fact that it is a post-78 structure. So I wish I was in Hawaii at this point personally, but since I'm not, what do my fellow commissioners wish to do with this?
Make it a waiver project.
And for the stairs?
No stairs.
Right. Does that meet with the approval of other commissioners? Yes, Seth.
Yeah, I will just say on the waiver, we have the authority to grant a waiver in the order of conditions, whether it's applied for by the applicant or not. So if they disagree that that is needed and we think it's needed, that's up to us anyways. So I'll just put that out there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think given the feeling I'm getting from the board, I will request a continuance and try to get you a little bit more information on this, as well as, I know that the stairs are an important component to the owner. And so I think I would like to get you some more detail on that as well, and hopefully work to justify that, as well as I could put the plan that compares the existing and proposed and get a little bit more information in for you.
All right, thank you, Art. So that's continued until March the 7th.
Thank you.
Yeah. That brings us on to 90 North Liberty Preservation Trust, 90 North Liberty Street, and you're up again, Art.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is for a property up on the corner of Cliff Road and North Liberty Street. And on the adjacent property is a isolated vegetated wetland resource area. And we are outside of the 50-foot buffer with our proposed work, but we are located within the 100-foot buffer. There is, this is a quite historic and older developed residential property. And they're proposing to remove a garage and put an addition that connects it to the existing house. Not shown on this plan. There used to be a pergola or some other, sort of in some fencing that connected the structures that had been removed. But the is filed as a notice of intent instead of a request for determination of applicability, because we have requested a waiver for the footing for the bottom of the structure, which again is not a full depth foundation. We're just trying to meet the building code requirements for frost protection. And we have designed it such that the bottom of the footing would be above the seasonal high groundwater elevation. We did an actual test pit there to determine that elevation based on redoxamorphic features. And so with that, I believe you have no alternative location for that footing, and that there would be no adverse impact or effect. We're not asking for any dewatering related to that, and the footings won't actually conflict or be into the groundwater. They would just be within that zone. And so with that, I believe take any questions or concerns that you might have with this application.
Thank you, Art. Questions from commissioners? Seeing none, any questions from members of the public? And seeing none, would you like to close, Art?
Yes, please.
Okay. Will, do we have everything we need to close? Okay.
Yes.
Motion to close. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye, thanks for an easy one, Art.
Thank you.
Don't get used to it.
No.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Pandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. And the next on the list is Nantucket Islands Land Bank, 204 and 212 Cliff Road, 11 and 111 and 113 Matticat Road. And you're up again, Art.
Thank you. I'm representing this project for the land bank, and he lists all the addresses, but I think the easy way that we all know and refer to this property is as Maxi Pond. And so before you for a project to improve public access to the pond, which is very often used for fishing and enjoyment, as many of you know. And what we're looking to do, there are some paths that exist to get to the pond, and some, obviously people make their way kind of around, and we're proposing to create a walking path around that perimeter. And so what we've done is to flag the wetland, and then we'll propose to create a 4-foot wide trail which is shown as the dashed magenta line around that pond. And it may vary a little bit from this exact location. My intent to show you this is that it would be at least 25 feet from the edge of the flagged wetland. So, as they're cutting it, if they're going along and there's a particular shrub or a tree or something to preserve, they would go upland around it and then continue. That's the intent. It's not to just blindly follow this exact. So this is that I just wanted to be clear on that, but that the intent is to create a walking trail at greater than 25 feet around the perimeter of the pond, and then at various points have a path that would go. There's already several of them that exist, and I don't think there's going to be many more, but if there was an opening that made sense that people might want to use anyway, that you would create again a path that only went to the boundary of the wetland. There's also a bench in one spot proposed, again outside of the 25-foot buffer zone. And then there's 2 areas related to parking that are part of this application. So the first one is on the north side, where there's sort of the existing informal, type parking area. Land Bank does not propose to come in and build any, sort of paved or very formal parking area, but we would like to square it off just a little bit, and then improve the surface for right now it's rutting out, so that we could regrade it a little bit and try to get make it more smooth and usable, if you will. We also have a plan, it's outside of the buffer zone, but to try to divert some of the water from Cliff Road before it gets and it's washing into this parking lot. So we're kind of trying to look at it holistically. And the intent of this piece and then the next piece I'll talk about is really to have the stormwater be redirected into denser areas of vegetation as opposed to running straight down and carrying sediment into the pond. So on the south side of the pond, there's a existing, what's shown in the black line is an existing couple of parking, informal type squeeze your car parking spots. And then it goes down to a spot where it's a bit of a, you call it a boat launch, canoe, kayak, john boat type of spot. And we just want to widen out and regrade that, this part that's shown in red. When I say widen out, I think it would be ideally you would just get one extra car right there. And then we're going to do a little bit of a swale grading to try to, right now the water is all running down and going straight down that informal boat ramp, if you will, access. And we'll try to pick up as much of that as we can and put it off into the denser vegetation. So just using, really some small bit of cutting and micro grading, but that's the intent there. So I believe it's a really a net benefit. It's a improvement project. It's all for the purpose of public access and enjoyment of the wetland scenic views and the resource area. We are waiting for natural heritage, so we ultimately will need to continue. And I'd be happy to address any questions or concerns that you might have with the application.
Thank you, Lord. Any questions from commissioners?
And one other thing, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, which is that any of the cut vegetation would be removed. I wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. The land bank staff most likely would do that, but if they're, the stuff that to make the trail, it won't just be pushed aside. They'll, it's going to be a nice clean job.
Right. Any questions from commissioners? Well, Art, did you read the letter from an abutter, Miss Adrian Block?
I did.
Yeah. So it would be remiss of me not to mention it, but so apparently she's out of the country. But it would appear that would be a police matter rather than a.
I'm not sure. Right.
What?
I'm not sure how that I would address that in terms of the context of the wetland protection interests.
Exactly. So I just wanted to note it so that she didn't feel that she had been ignored. So
I would suggest the non-emergency line for the Nantucket Police Department.
Thank you, Will. You took the words out of my mouth. Art, so you're continuing?
Yes, to March 7th, please.
Okay. So that brings us up to Vandenborn 135 Walnut Road. And once again, you're doing yeoman's work tonight, Art.
Okay, thank you. I'm before you tonight for an application that's related to what was residential redevelopment at 135 Wawinut Roads. That's the property just north of the Wawinut Inn. And it is a property that, as you know, where the road sort of splits to go to Great Point in one direction. And then there's a little spur to the east that serves a half dozen houses or so. And so we're in between those two. And this property is one that sort of fell through the COVID timing of projects and has switched between contractors and sort of just taken some time to complete. And the order of conditions has expired. And so most of the work was done. That work included renovation and lifting of the house that was there, removal of an on-site septic system and installation of a tight tank. which is shown on the plan. And there was an approved elevated walkway to connect to the house to Wownet Road to the west. There had been historically, when call them removed boardwalks, planks, various planks that were, some of them, the one that went north-south was more screwed together, I guess, of a traditional boardwalk. And then some of it was planks at grade that were, seasonally adjusted, if you will, and really, I think, had a lot of impact on vegetation. Those have been removed, and the elevated walkway had been approved to replace that. That did not get constructed during the life of the permit. And so we're back to seek approval to be able to build that. However, the owner would very much prefer, instead of having a straight shot as shown in the darker line of the approved, to have a walkway that had some curvature to it, which is what we have shown in red. It's only approximately, it seems a lot longer, but it comes out to about 15 feet longer. It would be supported by helical anchors. We would propose to have that be a decked walkway as opposed to a fiber grate walkway, much as similar to the change that has been made, I think, in the last few years on a lot of projects to allow for decking when the walkway is elevated. So the other aspect of the project is in the southeast corner. The applicant would like to build their storage ability is quite limited on this property, as it's on pilings. And so I've shown a shed, which is 7 by 14, fairly small. It's again, it has to be outside the zoning setbacks. It can't be above the tight tank. But there is a small corner, as you can see there. I didn't calculate the exact square footage. The overall shed is only 98 square feet, but yes, thank you, Will. That small corner there is within the 50-foot buffer zone. I should have mentioned at the beginning that the entire site is within land subject to coastal storm flowage, in addition to the vegetated wetland boundaries that are shown in blue on the plan. And then to the north, if we could scroll up, there's a walkway proposed outside of the 25-foot buffer zone, a reconfigured parking area, which is within the 25-foot buffer zone. However, there is the dashed line that you see there is sort of a larger parking area that exists and has sort of expanded a bit over time, that would be reduced to be just for 2 cars, as shown on the line in red. There's really no other place on the property that would I think work as well for this. And they used to have a parking area on the southeast corner, but that it had to be removed for the tight tank. So this is to consolidate the parking area to this spot. And then finally, there is the house, and the footprint that you see here matches what was approved under the previous order, except for the deck that you see that right there. And so they're seeking approval of that deck. The HVAC units have to be elevated within the flood zone, and then they also would like that to be an outdoor shower with the HVAC units. Trying to, again, maximize keeping everything tight to the house. And so we have requested a waiver for those elements. So I know that there's quite a few elements that we just went through, but this would essentially help them to finish up the project, and then we could close both orders of conditions, hopefully. So with that, I'd be happy to address any questions or concerns if you have them.
Thank you, Art. Any questions from commissioners? Yes, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several questions. The first relates to the reconfigured layout of the elevated walkway. I don't necessarily have a problem with the curvature, but it looks like there's a significant amount of curvature to it, and I'm wondering if it's possible to slightly reduce that curvature to have it still fall within the 135-foot footprint. So I'm wondering if that is an option. My second question is related to the shed. I know it's a small shed footprint right now, but I'm wondering what the linear distance between the edge of the shed that extends into the 50-foot buffer and the 50-foot buffer is. It looks like 1 foot to me based on the plan. And I'm wondering if reducing the size to 6x14 rather than 7x14, so small change in the square footage is possible. And then the third question is related to the proposed parking. Is that meant to be a surfaced area, or is it just like sand or grass? And then the last point is related to the existing deck with outdoor shower and HVAC for approval, and it seems to me like that was done without benefit of a permit, and that's actually within the 25-foot buffer, and I have some concerns about that. I think that I understand the HVAC needs to be elevated, but there's probably other places on the porch or deck that it could be elevated, and I think asking for the outdoor shower in that zone is not a good idea for the regulations. Thank you.
Mark?
I'm sorry, was that back to me?
Yes.
You say Mark.
I said, I beg your pardon. I said Mark.
I can work on all of those things. I think if I understand this is a lot of elements to this project. If I hear sort of all the concerns, I'll probably request a continuance, and then I'll see what I can do.
Any other questions, Mike?
Not so much a question, but just to give Art the feedback. I think the curved walkway, to me, that actually kind of just looks like an improvement. So that was fine. And then I would say, just based on our track record and what we've heard earlier tonight, anything you can do to reduce in the 50 or cantilever things would be to the applicant's benefit ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mark?
Thank you. And Art, the curved walkway, I think, is a very acceptable addition. But will there be a railing along with it?
No.
Good. I'm troubled by an outdoor shower in this area. I think it's probably not the best spot for an outdoor shower. I suppose if it were drained to your tight tank, it might make a little better. Would that be your plan?
No. I mean, typically outdoor showers are not connected to septic systems.
Right.
You'd be able to get rainwater.
You're in a spot where probably you should be. I mean, that's my humble opinion. Anyway, aside from that, all good.
Yes, Tim.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mike and Mark. I think the walkway seems okay, but I think the reducing the shed is a good idea. I'm not sure what I think about the shower, but anyway.
I suppose it depends on what you use for shampoo. So, yeah. Yes, Seth.
Yeah, and again, some people might say this impact is diminutive, but if you're using that shower every day, multiple people a day, and water and soapy water is draining into the 25-foot buffer, that is a potential pollutant source. So we need to be wary of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Linda?
Not that concerned about the walkway. I agree with the shed changes, and I'm not sure also how I feel about the shower. Every single one of these houses on the beach all the way around the island has an outdoor shower, so I'm sort of used to it maybe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And Art, I'm very pleased that there's no handrail, and the curvature doesn't bother me quite the way perhaps it is. Seth would like it shortened. I don't know if you could compromise between the two. And would you like to continue?
If there's no other comments or public comment, then yes, please.
I don't believe there's a public comment. So
The 7th, please.
great. Thank you. That brings us on to the Sconset Bluff Preservation Trust, 41 through 119 Baxter Road. And who is representing SBPF tonight? Or Jeff, do you have observations to make? I don't see anybody jumping into the breach here.
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay, thank you.
So we had scheduled this originally and moved this here just as kind of an update and kind of a secondary scheduling as we were moving through. I know I sent an email to you guys and responded to the applicant's attorney, Mr. Cohen, yesterday too. Kind of where we are in the process. Just to give everyone an update in the public is we are waiting for a response from independent legal counsel. We solicited from multiple firms and have one company that's indicated that they are providing a response to the questions that the select board had to then get approved and then answer the questions raised by the commission. It's a lot of questions in a row, but that's kind of where we are in the process with that. As far as independent reviewers go, we did get positive responses from 2 companies that are writing up their formal, essentially, terms of engagement to review that application. I don't mind saying we got a response from the Center for Coastal Studies, who is also kind of partnered with the Commonwealth for independent reviews and offer those to commissions. We've also got a positive response from a company called Beta, who's a regular engineering company within the Commonwealth and kind of the New England region. I'm anticipating those as soon as kind of tomorrow and Tuesday. I do apologize for how long it's taking, but you know, we're multiple requests out and only have 2 respondents. We have a lot of folks that have conflicts as they've worked for people either within the project area or have other conflicts. So we're going as fast as we can to try to get those.
Thank you, Jeff. So that brings us on to whether or not, yes, Seth.
Sorry, accident.
Oh, all right. So have you had a discussion with SBPF's counsel as to whether they're agreeable to waiting until we get legal opinions and also independent opinions on the project before we go ahead with another meeting?
Our discussion was the email that you guys all received. I think I was hopeful that we could kind of have that portion in public a bit. And I know Stephen is here and Dwight is here, so hopefully they can speak for SBPF.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm happy to take that that question if it's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it is, Stephen.
So, you know, SBPF wants to be agreeable and cooperative, and I know that the town also wants to be agreeable and cooperative, but I think that there are a couple of issues that are going to compact this schedule. The first one is that we'd like to get a decision ahead of town meeting in early May. I think that the commission and the town and the applicant have an obligation to try and make that happen to the extent that it's possible. And then sort of just after that, the commission will be changing members in June. And obviously it would be helpful to not have the membership change at that time. So I think if we're going to try to get it done, we should try to get it done. So my preference would be to move ahead on the 25th or the 22nd, whatever day the next meeting we discussed, 22nd, with the idea that when there is when there's a reviewer, that they could watch those videos and start participating live, and that when there's counsel, they could be submitting information to you. Frankly, I'd really like to see us working with a schedule that gets this wrapped up by the end of March, so that the commission would have April, and then the public hearing by the end of March, so that the commission could have April to work on its decision, and then that would be ready before the May town meeting. That would be a highly preferable goal.
Thank you, Stephen. Commissioners? Yes, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope to keep the schedule moving as productively as we can. Just going back to the last meeting where we talked about SPPF, it was in presentation format, and that was a wise use of our time. Is if those opportunities still present, I would just assume, for speaking for myself only, continue with that progress, and hopefully we'll obtain our counsel shortly and be able to keep our questions moving along for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in a similar vein, I know that SPPF presented the first half of their presentation at the prior meeting. And if we want to use the February 22nd meeting for the second half as a way to move the process along, that'd be great. But then following that, I would request that we don't schedule the next meeting after that until the legal counsel and the reviewer is on board and has had a chance to watch those videos. And it sounds like we're hopefully going to have some responses back within the week or two. I think that would be reasonable to try to set a hearing in March where we'd have everybody available, and that could review those past presentations. I would just ask to staff as well, and if this is off topic, sorry, but we have still the issue of an active enforcement order for removal that has a timeline or deadline set to it. And can you remind us of what that deadline is in case we need to edit that deadline? Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Vince, I see your long-suffering hand raised.
Hi, thank you, Chair Golding. I checked it out just before the meeting because I knew it would be a question. March 7th is the current date, Seth.
If that helps, we have a regular meeting scheduled for that day already.
Great.
If
So
I may.
I think I can predict, Seth, we'll also add that discussion to the agenda on the 25th.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not on the agenda right now and we can't push that out farther right now, that's fine. But I'm expecting that it'd be impossible to have it order by the 7th. So I would recommend that we push that date out further into the future. Thank you.
So, Jeff, were you referring to the February 22nd meeting?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman Golding. I'm on the same page as some other commissioners about hearing the second half of the presentation, and then hopefully we'll have counsel on board and a expert on board also to help us. So and then schedule from there. But I think having the second presentation makes a lot of sense.
Good. In which case, Stephen, And Dwight, we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's three issues, if I could very briefly. One of them is, the next presentation. It sounds like that'll be next week. The second one is sort of all these legal questions that are hanging out there. I think that that's appropriate to wait for counsel. In fact, there should be written correspondence before coming to the hearing. The other issue is there seem to be some members of the public that have suggested that they would like to make presentations or that they have expert witnesses or whatever. And I think they should be scheduling that through Jeff, that's not necessarily public comment. And I would, request through you that you request that people who have more than a question or a comment make those scheduling. So it's not, an hour presentation on top of an hour presentation on top of an hour presentation. There's a difference between a public comment and an expert testimony.
We'll take your thoughts on this under advisement.
Thank you.
All right. Dwight, do you have anything to add? Okay, so we'll see you next week on the 22nd.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So that brings us on to, on the amended orders of conditions, the 8 High Brush Path LLC has been continued until March the 7th. So for requests for determination of applicability, Cherna, 190 Hammock Pond Road. David Haynes, good evening, sir. You're muted. Hiding your light under a microphone.
Well, I'm glad you didn't hear what I said. So, this is a request for determination. This is a property you looked at in September, where we came in with a request for determination for approval of the resource area boundary and also for permission to brush hog an area. That area was brush hogged. Now we're proposing to construct a gravel driveway with a water line and a grass verge in that brush hogged area. It's all outside of 50. It's just going along the property line. And it's no structures inside of 50, no disturbance inside of 50. It's well outside of 50 in most spots. And I have put in the narrative that we would put up a silt fence along the edge of it, just to mark it, to make sure we don't encroach any farther. It encroaches over onto the neighboring property or any closer to the wetland. So basically that is our proposal. There will be a proposed house back there, but it'll be outside of the buffer zone. The septic will be outside of the buffer zone. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, David. Any questions from commissioners? And Will, what is your recommendation?
Hello. I was recommending a -3. We're in the buffer zone, but I do not believe that this will adversely impact the resource area.
Excellent. Mark, you're moving to approve. And seconded by Joe. Thank you, Joe. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Pandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. Thank you, David.
Thank you. See you soon.
Feels good to actually approve something this evening.
Hey, Ian, real quick side note, sorry.
Yeah.
I just got an email from Deanne that she had her hand raised. I don't know if we can go back because it was in the NOI section.
I don't think so.
I don't believe we can.
So my apologies to Deanne, and we've got to see if we can sort this out so that it doesn't happen again.
Yes, but Absolutely. If I may, through you, Ian,
Yes.
Deanne, feel free to email me your public comment.
So this brings us on to minor mods, Jones, 6E Lincoln Avenue. Jeff, good evening.
Good evening. I want to help you stay on that approving role that you started. This is a project that was for construction of a studio building, and a notice or order of conditions was issued, and the structure has been built in conformance with the order of conditions. The owner did not realize that the addition of bluestone pavers around the west and south sides of the structure required a modification to the order. And when we went there to do the final measurements of the project, we measured the bluestone patio, and we're now here to ask for a minor modification. The bluestones are laid in a bed of stone dust, and the joints are stone dust. They're so-called dry laid, and it's a feature that was set right at surrounding grade, so it's not raised up or anything. And I feel it is a feature that would have been approved in the original application. So we want to get the permit in line with the conditions before we apply for a certificate of compliance.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions from commissioners? So, a motion to approve this minor mod. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal. Mark is not there. Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Pandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding. Aye, with Mark temporarily absent.
Well, the chair is there.
Mark.
There he is.
There we go.
I had the part of my nose. Aye.
There we go. Thank you. That's
Thank you.
unanimous. So, thank you, Jeff. This brings us on to Nantucket Conservation Foundation Windswept Bog. And yes, Karen, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Karen Beatty, Vice President of Science and Stewardship with the Nantucket Conservation Foundation, and I would like to introduce Julie Busa from Fuss & O'Neill Engineers to present the minor modification.
Thank you. Julie, go ahead.
Good evening. Let's see, let me go ahead. Do I have the ability to share my screen? Yes. All right, so we're requesting two minor modifications. You should have hopefully seen this in your packet in advance as well. First is an area where we had intended to remove a water control structure, and we have realized that it was mislocated in the field. So we've shown it being at this location. In reality, it is over here. So it was a GPS error. And in order to continue to remove that structure as planned, we need to adjust the limit of disturbance. And in doing so, we'll actually be decreasing our impacts, which is why we think this is a very minor modification. So we will not need to do work at all in this area. We're removing this 18,500 square feet from the limit of disturbance and asking instead to replace it with about 3,300 square feet over here, which would allow us to access that structure. This area currently is well vegetated, and so we will not have to do any of that vegetation removal to access the structure. And the actual location, which makes sense since this was an agricultural water control structure, actually has easy access and a clear path within about 5 or 10 feet of that structure. So it's much less clearing needed, less disturbance, and that's the core of that change. And then while we're doing that, we'd like to also take out a little bit of this existing berm here, just to broaden that path, similarly to what we're doing in all of the other locations within the bog cells where we're removing water control structures, just to allow that path to be less channelized. Right now, it's a narrow ditch that was dug for agricultural purposes. We just want to broaden it to allow a better connection between the wetlands that exist on either side, and then potentially also broaden this this entire length of the agricultural ditch in the same fashion. That's one piece. I can pause for questions or go ahead and describe the other change that we're requesting.
Why don't you go ahead and describe the other one?
Okay. The other one is moving a boardwalk. This is, for those who are familiar with the site, this is towards the west side of the site. So Almanac Pond Road is somewhere off the screen to the bottom here. Two of the bog cells are here, and this is what's referred to as bog cell 4. We had shown a removal of a berm and addition of a pedestrian boardwalk at this location, and we'd like to move that just around the bend here to do the berm removal at this location instead and put the pedestrian bridge here. The reason being that when we actually got a closer look at the topography, we realized that there's not really anything to be achieved by removing the berm here in terms of improving hydrologic connection between the wetlands. Whereas if we take it out here, it will actually improve connectivity between a much wetter area here and the bog cell that we're going to be restoring to wetlands on this side. So those are the two changes that we're requiring. And that one does not require any change to the limits of work. That's all well within the area that we're working in.
Thank you. And if you'd like to cease the screen sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from commissioners? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, a motion to approve this minor mod. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Kim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Pandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. So this brings us on to certificates of compliance. Monomoy Road LLC, 41 Monomoy Road.
I'm recused from this one, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Old
you,
client.
Joe. Who is presenting for this?
I guess it shall be me.
Ah, very well.
This COC was for the dwelling, pool, associated landscaping, etc. Actually, I'm sorry, it was really the porch, the patio, the pool, the dwellings outside. Everything was as it should be. I was suggesting that we continue. Where's my little list? We had our pool and lighting conditions, 19 through 23. And we had no fertilizer or chemicals within the 100-foot buffer zone. Fertilizer, agricultural chemicals, as condition 26. So was recommending continuing conditions 19 through 23 and 26.
Thank you. So a motion to approve this certificate of compliance with conditions 19 through 26. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye. Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Pandowski.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye, with Linda Williams recused. Brings us on to 196 Hummock Pond Road. LLC, 196 Hummock Pond Road. David?
Good evening. Again, this application you saw last 2 weeks ago for a minor modification to make some adjustments to make sure we were up to date with our order of conditions. There was a stone steps that were added, dry laid, and a stoop was put in outside of the 50-foot on an existing whatever. It has been built according to the plan. It is stable. The silt fence has been removed. The slope is vegetated. All structures are as shown on the as-built plan and were as shown on the minor mod from 2 weeks ago. So I think it's good to go. I think it's good to go.
Tim. All right. So a motion to approve this minor mod?
Yeah,
Seeing no
continuing
questions-
conditions.
Oh, sorry, Will, go ahead.
COC, I've got some conditions. But I agree with David that everything looks great.
Thank you.
So we had the pool and lighting, 19 through 23. No fertilizer, agricultural chemicals within the 50, condition 26. And if we can continue the native plantings and no cultivars.
Very well. A motion to approve the COC as drafted. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Eric Pandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. I hope so. You too. That brings us on McLean, 100 Maddoxham Valley Road. Brian? Is Brian Madden around, or is
I
this up
think
to you again, Will?
Brian's stuck in another meeting, but he's here in case there's any questions. I think
Okay.
he's listening in with one ear.
Okay.
I remembered this very well. It was from early last year. But this was the property with, there was some snow fencing, and we had a pretty interesting order written for this. But the former lawn area has all been revegetated. Everything's been done in the permit as proposed. The snow fencing is currently all the way buried. What did I write here? Sorry, I have a note. So they have a condition 22 that was requiring an NOI for the snow fence removal, but it had no time frame. So I was going to suggest that we continue that condition. It's not possible at this current moment. And I spoke with Brian earlier today about it. And the other, I believe that was it. So the permit's only been open about a year. I think it was open in April. We closed the order in April. But the work is complete other than what we have talked about the snow fencing.
All right. So, yes, Seth.
Will, could you please put the actual order of conditions up on the screen?
Yeah, let me find it. Oh no, I got disconnected from the O drive. Jeff, are you still here?
Yeah,
Sorry.
give me 1 second. I can try to get it.
What
This
do you want to
happens.
know, Seth?
I think Seth probably wants to see the exact wording on the order. I had it, but it's on our town network drive, and I've lost my special secret connection. But Jeff is here, so that's cool.
Yeah, if I may, I believe I remembered the discussion related to the snow fence being that they would actually submit that notice of intent prior to getting a certificate of compliance, but maybe I'm wrong, so I want to see the order.
It's not written that way on the permit, but I can't remember exactly how, so we'll.
Well, we can always continue it until March the 7th.
I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone see that okay?
Yep, thank you very much.
Looks like
So we had additional finding 2. The commission finds that the existing rollout snow fencing is not ideal for this site and therefore its presence is not approved by this order. And then 22, the applicant shall present an NOI to the commission to appropriately replace the snow fencing, but there's no time frame.
Seth, do you want to put in a time frame?
No, but I would say that based on how the order is written, a certificate of compliance cannot be issued because the NOI was never received. So I understand that the applicant is saying that the snow fencing is currently completely buried, and that may be the case, but we still need a notice of intent to permit that structure, even if it's under the current sand elevation. We can't have a certificate of compliance with that non-compliant structure being specifically called out in the order. It's just I just think it's impossible to issue the certificate because of how the order of conditions is written. Thank you.
Yes, Will.
Yeah, I don't even really want to argue with that. I was just interpreting it because we had the additional finding that said the order does not cover the snow fencing, and there's no, like in the description of work, we don't mention the snow fencing. So I don't know if that permit, like, I don't know if that makes sense or not. Sorry.
No, not at all. I mean, the way I read it was that they weren't mutually dependent. Seth reads it differently. I don't know if Jeff has an opinion.
Yeah, I just say one more thing.
Yes, please do, Seth. And Mike, I see your hand up, so after Seth has added his observations.
I hear what you guys are saying, and I think that they could be mutually independent, or they could be independent. But then given the fact that there is a non-compliant existing structure, a non-permitted, non-compliant existing structure on that location, then we should issue an enforcement order requiring the property owner to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And point taken. Yes, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I might have confused myself. I thought I heard Will say in the beginning silt fence was buried, but I take it's snow fence that's buried. And then I guess my follow-up question is, are they required to remove it, or are they going to remove it? Or maybe that's for Brian, and what that procedure would look like.
So I don't know if Brian's paying attention.
Yeah, sorry. I just wrapping up another meeting. Apologies. So I missed some of that, and my camera doesn't seem to be working. But sorry, could you re-ask the question?
Sure, Brian. Is the snow fence proposed to be removed in the future, or?
I would leave it up to the discretion of the commission how they would like to see that treated. As right now it's buried, and probably shouldn't be removed at this stage. But if it becomes fully exposed, that's the wish of the commission. That can certainly take place, but when that will happen, it's
through.
Okay, thank you. I just
thank you, Brian. Linda, you have your hand up.
I thought at one point we had discussed that it would cause more damage to try to take it out than leave it buried, and then if it became unburied, they would remove it. I thought that was the gist of the conversation that when it came in.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, I would support that if it became unburied. I wasn't suggesting we go ripping it out, but if it became unburied, go after it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth? Excuse me. Seth, go ahead.
Thank you. I just don't think we can tie the type of activity you're doing, you're proposing to do to the certificate of compliance, because that notice of intent to deal with the snow fencing was never submitted. But obviously, we always retain the enforcement order capability. So should fencing become visible and unburied, we can and should issue an enforcement order to get the property owner to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Linda, do you have anything to add? No. Okay. So can we condition this certificate of compliance in such a way that it addresses Seth's concerns?
I believe we can only continue conditions. So the existing condition as worded, we could continue I believe it was condition 22 that was requiring submission of an NOI for snow fence, but again, there's no time frame on that. So it could be that we continue that condition, and if snow fencing, becomes very visible and is not dealt with, then it's an enforcement order.
Right, right. And Brian, and I now see you in all your glory.
Oh, you're
But
muted,
you are
Brian.
muted.
Sorry about that. One way maybe we could handle it via an ongoing condition. So there's monitoring requirements as part of the revegetation effort. As part of that, we can provide a status update of the snow fencing. And, at that point in time, if it becomes exposed and warrants removal, we can review that under the monitoring condition.
Thank you, Brian. Will?
Back to me, sorry.
You add that monitoring condition?
We can continue the existing annual monitoring report condition. I think we can't write new conditions on a COC.
Okay, Seth, are you?
Yeah, I mean, if the applicant's willing to provide an annual monitoring report essentially indefinitely.
That's the thing, yeah.
Fine by me. If they're willing to do that, then great. Let's continue the condition.
Sorry to jump in. I think that condition would carry for 3 years as part of the revegetation monitoring. So I think I would probably imagine within that 3-year period that we're going to know what it's going to look like.
All right. Yes, Mark, you're making a motion to approve.
I'm making a motion and I'm confused. I'm not sure how we can issue a certificate of compliance when there's a known violation on the property.
That's entirely Seth's point.
Oh, well, to clarify, the snow fencing is not on the property. It's on town property. And, any application for sturdier drift fencing would require town approval. And that may not happen. I think, again, it was installed by the prior property owner. And it was there when the current owner bought the house.
I think it's time for an MOU with the town of Nantucket.
Those damn Martians are at it again. So, well, there we have it.
So what do we do?
Yes, Seth.
Thank you. So I think we can issue the certificate of compliance because the certificate of compliance is related to the order of conditions for the NOI that was presented. And since the snow fence is not actually included in the NOI, it's specifically not included in that NOI, then we can issue the COC for the order. We could at the exact same point issue an enforcement order for the other issue. But to say we can never issue a certificate of compliance for a project on a site that doesn't have any other violations, I'm sure we've done that in the past. We found violations later that weren't related to the actual order. I will say too, and I'm going to need help from staff here. When we issue ongoing conditions, we generally issue them to be perpetual, but I do believe we have the ability to issue them for a certain amount of time. Is that correct?
If Jeff doesn't know that answer off the top of his head right now, I can absolutely find out. But there's Jeff.
You do. Some of those have a life as well if it's related to like the length of the permit. So at some point they may actually expire when the permit expires. At least that's how DEP has done it, depending on the condition. But it also is something that I've never seen anyone specifically write in a condition that's like condition 19 is ongoing for 7 years or 9 years. I've just never heard of that done before. But we could definitely kick the tires on that and get that answer.
Well, I have a question for you, Jeff, which is that I was not aware that the snow fencing is actually on town property. So I'm not sure how we can order the owner of of the adjacent property to be involved in removing it.
It's difficult. I think, right, in a perfect system, you would order it removed by the property owner, and then the property owner would have to take action against the installer, who in this case would have been the property owner that's adjacent there. I mean, I think if the responsible party for who is benefiting from it is willing to take on that work, I think that's probably saving a lot of bureaucratic headaches in this case.
Right.
Or playing chase or, taking legal action or doing something. I think it can be avoided.
Right. Right.
I mean, that's the thing is we also don't know, right, when this snow fence is going to magically reappear. I mean, it could appear in a week, could appear in a year, it could appear in 10 years. We don't know in what condition it will be in, because it's completely submerged now from the sounds of it. So.
All right. So, Linda, unless you have anything further to observe, I think that we should move to approve this with the Brian's caveat that they're going to keep an eye on it.
Okay, that works for me. I just know that the current owner didn't put that fence in there. It was put in there long before that.
Right. So, okay, a motion to approve. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Joe. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mizzarelli.
Aye.
Joe Plandowski.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding. Aye. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, 46 Union Trust, 46 Union Street. Paul?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. This is a certificate of compliance request for a project at 46 Union Street, which was work within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The order permitted the renovation in addition to an existing dwelling, installation of decking, installation of a pervious driveway with associated grading, landscaping, and utilities within land subject to coastal storm flowage. There were actually 2 minor modifications filed for the application. No waivers were requested. No conditions were placed on the order of conditions, and submitted a request for certificate of compliance, and the work has been done in substantial compliance with the order of conditions.
Will? Thank you, Paul. Will, have you?
Can confirm. There is one additional finding on the order that we may continue. It was an additional finding that the commission found that there may be a wetland offsite and the buffer zones may cross this property.
If I could, that site was determined to not have a wetland, and there's an order of conditions that went through many hearings before the board.
Many.
I'm just bringing it up so nobody says I didn't bring it up.
All right. So, a motion to issue a certificate of compliance. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
I think Art Gasparo's got his hand up, Ian.
Oh, really? Art, I apologize. I didn't see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for sort of the last minute on this, and I certainly don't want to speak against another application, but I just think that given the history, and I apologize to Paul as well that I didn't notice this sooner, but that there's no grades shown on this plan, and given that it's within land subject to coastal storm flowage and all of the concerns between the neighbors and the features, and I think there was a drainage pit or something that was put in on some of that. It just seems that to avoid any future sort of situation that, I'm not sure how you can evaluate whether or not there was fill within land subject to coastal storm flowage or any other conditions without having that information on the plan. So that I leave it to you, and I know it's not a public hearing, so I just thought that this was and I do apologize if I had seen it earlier. I would have brought it to Paul and staff's attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Art. And Paul?
Well, I'll obviously do whatever the commission sees fit, but I mean, obviously there's some animosity, I think, between the 2 neighbors here that I hope isn't, driving why we're looking at this, but I'm happy to do whatever the commission requests of us.
Well, speaking, have you been out there to have a look, Will?
Yes.
And do you feel that it would be in everyone's interest to have a more detailed plan before we go forward?
I think that this is the most cop-out answer I'm ever going to give you, but I believe that that is at the discretion of the commission.
All right, Paul?
I would say from our end that the general intent of the plan was carried out, and the development that was done here was generally in compliance with what was proposed and submitted to the board.
Thank you. Mike, you had your hand up before Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to do with whatever the commission wants to do. I just wanted to chime in on the we kind of try to work hard to avoid the animosity between neighbors or not take that into consideration. So for my part, I think more information would be better, and I don't really have a horse in the race overall. So kind of a cop out from me too.
Not at all. I think generally more information is better. And Seth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you read the section under the Nantucket Wetlands Regulation that talked about certificate of compliance, it says the required as-built plan shall show all wetland areas, buffer zones, topography, and other landscape features. And in this case of having elevations, that would fall within topography. So I think it is required that we have a plan with elevations on it. Thank you. And Paul, sorry for the work, but that's what our regulations say. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. So, Paul, do you want to continue this until March 7th with additional information?
Begrudgingly, I will.
Okay, just don't take it out on me personally, please.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be, there won't be on you, Ian. I'm sure there'll be, we'll be fine.
All right. Okay, so that's continued until March 7th. So that brings us on to orders of conditions. So the first one is Carol W. Dean Revocable Trust, 48 Westmire Comet Road with Linda Williams recused. And
boy, where'd it go?
Let me see.
Just a moment. Here we go. Too many screens open. There's just no way around it.
Well, this had.
So we've got 48 West Maya Comet Road. We had the installation of an in-ground pool with auto cover within the buffer zone to the coastal dune. I had one condition that is not done yet, but we have our general 1819, our pool conditions, the lighting condition, and then this condition here we talked about quite a bit. And I want to make sure that I'm writing what we actually want.
Well, if I may interrupt, first of all, Will, is it the will of the commissioners that we proceed with a positive finding rather than a negative one? I know, Mark, you were very concerned, and I know you were too, Seth. Do you feel that we can address your concerns with a positive finding? Yes, Seth.
Yes, thank you. I feel that we could proceed with a positive order as long as appropriate conditions are put into place. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Sorry if I misheard that, guys, by the way.
And, I too accept it reluctantly. I mean, it meets our regulations, and I think they're going to be, we're going to be washing it away in some future years. But God bless them.
So we had I think this was the condition that we want to try to craft to deal with it. 26, I had wrote down if the eroding shoreline, coastal bank, coastal dune, what do we want to classify? Should migrate to within 25 feet. We also mentioned maybe less of the pool. The pool shall be removed by the owner, or the owner shall come before the commission and submit an NOI. So what do we actually want to do there? There were a lot of ideas.
I don't think 20. I don't think 25. It should be anything less than 25 feet. That's pretty close.
Right. Well, there's a big difference between the shoreline and the coastal dune. You know,
right.
So, and Seth, do you have an opinion?
Yes, definitely. I think first of all, the coastal dune is the most landward resource area at this point. It's also the resource area that has the performance standard for landward migration. I think it should say that if the coastal dune should migrate to within 25 feet of the pool, the permit holder should appear before or the permit holder should submit a notice of intent to the Conservation Commission to either remove the pool or consider alternative strategies for dealing with landward migration of the coastal dune.
Shall we include a reporting condition so to keep an eye on it?
Yes.
I think I'm missing some words, Seth.
Remove the pool or provide an alternative strategy to dealing with, or maybe that's not right, or provide some, it's basically provide an alternative to show that landward migration will still be possible, but maybe let's just say remove, let's just keep it clean and say remove the pool.
I like that. And then let's do.
I think that's good, Seth. That will alleviate some of my concerns.
And then I think we'll say, do we want a measurement, like an actual measurement of the distance, or do we want photographs?
Well,
we could do a yearly measurement to calculate migration.
Yeah, I would say both that and photographs would be great.
so when we say annually, do we mean every February the 15th in this situation? Or what would be the most helpful in terms of trying to calculate if the dune is moving?
I think I would love to just start doing this, make it the date of the hearing for every permit. I think that might actually work pretty well. But I'm not sure if that makes the most sense to apply that to everything. But I think that we can do that however we want, but I think it may be a good system to tie it to the hearing date.
Right.
Then we won't have a deluge at the end of the year, which I think kind of happens. Oh, wait.
No, measurements of the dune field as provided on the applicant's original plan. Or is
So,
that-
well, we want to measure how it's migrating every year.
Yeah. I mean, we could actually ask for a survey, or do you think that's too onerous? How else is it going to be measured? Seth, do you have an opinion on that?
I mean, I think generally their project representative goes and measures the distance and takes photographs, and if we have concerns about their measurements being inaccurate, then our staff goes and independently checks them, and that's been a fine process in the past.
Okay.
So a report shall be submitted to the commission annually on or by February 15th, including photographs of the location as well as measurements of the migration of the coastal dune as compared to the original site plan.
Great. Okay. Motion to approve is amended. Thank you, Mike. I can't see any other hands raised.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mark. So by roll call vote, Mark Beal,
Aye.
Tim Brain,
Aye.
Seth Engelborg,
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Jeff Pandowski,
Aye.
Ian Golding with Linda Williams recused. That brings us on to Osprey Way Real Estate Trust, 1 Osprey Way, with Seth Engelborg recused.
Okay. Osprey Way. Renovation and expansion of existing dwelling. I added an additional finding. This order does not permit the proposed enclosure of deck within 50-foot buffer to resource area. We have our 1819 and then 20 all exterior lighting. And then we have a waiver for the 2-foot distance to groundwater.
Okay. Any comments from commissioners? So a motion to approve is drafted. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Joe. By roll call vote, Mark Beal,
Aye.
Tim Brain,
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Jeff Pandowski,
Aye.
Linda Williams,
Aye.
Ian Golding with Seth Engelborg recused. And that moves us on to 90 North Liberty Preservation Trust. So 90 North Liberty Street.
This is the last one, right? We only had 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. All right. This was the replacement of the existing garage building with additions. We had 18, 19, our lighting condition, and the waiver for the 2-foot groundwater, which it's funny, the test pit was still there the day that I went, and it was not so wet, but there were redoxamorphic features.
Glad to hear it. All right. Any comments, additions, subtractions, multiplications? All right. So the motion to approve is drafted, please. Thank you, Seth. Oh, Seth are you not making a motion? You wish to amend?
Yeah, sorry. So we do need a waiver for this project, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
See that on the copy that was sent out. Have you edited that?
No, I added it. I made a goof. I added it during the meeting.
Okay,
I
thank
can
you.
show you. Sorry.
No, I trust you.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
That warms my heart.
Thank you. Seconded by Joe. So by roll call vote, Mark Beal,
Aye.
Tim Brain,
Aye.
Seth Engelborg,
Aye.
Mike Israeli,
Aye.
Jeff Pandowski,
Aye.
Linda Williams,
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. So extension of order. Nantucket Conservation Foundation, Long Pond. Okay. Good evening, Karen.
Good evening again. This is Karen Beatty, Vice President of Science and Stewardship with the Nantucket Conservation Foundation. We would like to request a 3-year extension to our order of conditions for Phragmites management project on Long Pond. This is very similar to work that was done previously by the Nantucket Pond Coalition, the town of Nantucket, and Nantucket Land Bank. And as I'm sure the commission is aware, invasive species management very, very often takes longer than 3 years. So we would like to request a 3-year extension and no changes to the existing order.
Thank you. And yes, pesky little critters, aren't they? So a motion to approve an extension.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mike. By roll call vote, Mark Beal.
Aye.
Tim Brain.
Aye.
Seth Engelborg.
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli.
Aye.
Jeff Pendosky.
Aye.
Linda Williams.
Aye.
Ian Golding. Aye. Good luck, Karen.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So this brings us on to an emergency certification request. Baxter Road, Quad Terrace Maintenance, 61 through 83 Baxter Road. And Dwight Dunk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We had coordinated with Jeff Carlson after the storms in January and actually then the most recent nor'easter, but after the storms in January about getting out there to getting the contractor out there to repair the Coyer terraces, replace them as needed. Through discussions with Jeff, it was decided that through the past orders of conditions that had been issued years ago, the prior enforcement order that had been the controlling document for the maintenance of these Coyer terraces that had been installed per SE 481657, no, 1659, excuse me, that we would do the repair and maintenance in accordance with those controlling documents, as has been done for years since these Coyer terraces were installed. In talking with Jeff, he felt that the extent of repairs, in some cases replacement, was beyond that would be allowed to maintain these as have been done for years, that the best course of action would be to submit a request for an emergency certification to do this work from 61 to 83 to repair and replace, as in areas that they need to be replaced, other places just to do the repairs, to do this work, and then follow that up with a filing as is normally done for an emergency certification. So that's what we have done. I just want to note that as part of this emergency certification, the work that would be done by the contractor will include removing any of the existing Coyer debris and whatnot that is on the beach and shoreline as a result of the damage that has occurred in the January storms and the most recent nor'easter. So that's the request that's before the commission to allow the maintenance of these Coyer terraces. And this would also end up with a new filing a new notice of intent, hopefully receiving a new order of conditions so that all this work, these Coyer terraces and the maintenance thereof, would be in a current approval, and this would allow this to serve as an interim measure until the longer term project that's currently before the commission under a separate notice of intent could proceed in the future.
Thank you, Dwight.
You're welcome.
Questions from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is the staff. So the emergency certification is for 30 days, right? And we're required to receive a notice of intent within that 30-day period when we do an emergency. Is that correct?
Correct. So they have essentially 30 days to complete the emergency abatement. And at the end of that, they are required to file a notice of intent. They can file the notice of intent at any time in that 30 days. They don't have to wait or do anything.
Yeah.
But they have 30 days to complete the work.
Yeah, just wanted to comment that I believe it's the notice of intent is usually required. Some, it typically occurs after the 30-day period so that the work can be done, can be documented that it was done in the notice of intent. I'm not sure if the regulation is required to be done during that 30 days, but it has to be done shortly thereafter the 30-day period.
No, that's correct. Sorry about that, Dwight. But it's not like something that they can come back and file for a year later. It's within. Right. Actually, you know what? I take that back. It is 30 days. It's 30 days within the abatement of the emergency is the way that's put. So once you've finished, you have 30 days to file.
So, are there any further questions from commissioners? Yes, Mark.
Dwight, will there be any expansion of the distance along the bluff or the car rolls?
The Coir terraces that are in place currently extend generally from 61 from the southern end of 61 up to 83. So this work would be to include the maintenance, repair, replacement of the existing Coir terraces that are in fronting those homes from 61 to 83. So no expansion from what's out there right now, just work on those existing Coir terraces.
So I guess since there are no questions from my fellow commissioners, I don't understand why this is an emergency, Dwight. So I'm looking at the aerials you've provided. 61 is 66 feet away from the cliff with, another 60 feet down to the water, I would say. 63 is 32-foot setback. 65 is 34. 67 is 48. 69 is 41. Lot 71 is 68 feet. 73 is 61 feet. 75 is 39 feet. And 71 is, you can't see the setback there, but it's considerable. 79 is 46. 81 is 56. So the only one the closest one is actually just 83, which at one corner is 22 feet. So right. I don't see how this provides, I don't understand why this is an emergency request, except to have something built before you go through an NOI. 83 was substantially improved between 82 and 91. 81 was substantial. No, 81 was built in 1994. 79 was substantially improved in 1989. 77 was substantially improved in 2006. You want me to continue on the list? So none of which are entitled to statutory protection. So the combination of the distance and the lack of statutory protection, I don't see why we're not considering this as an NOI as the DEP recommends.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of points there, Mr. Chairman. Number one, Coir terraces are not considered a CES by the DEP. So, these Coir terraces were previously approved under prior orders of conditions, not as a CES. So in terms of the standards for a CES on a coastal bank, those don't apply to the Coya terraces, which are considered a soft solution. Number two, these setbacks are based on June 2021 LiDAR survey. The setbacks have not improved over the past 3+ years. The prior decisions by the town had identified an imminent threat when when buildings are within 40 feet of the top of the coastal bluff, top of the coastal bank. Many of these homes are within 40 feet or were within 40 feet or approaching 40 feet several years ago. And as I said, that would not change over time, would not improve over time. And number three, the images here of the coastal bank that you can see is that the coastal bank itself is showing signs of erosion and failure, such that the bank is currently unstable. These Coya terraces provide some level of protection. It's not considered a robust level of protection, and certainly in this high energy environment, but it does provide a level of protection that would allow these homes to have some protection during this interim period until a longer, more robust system may be installed in the future. And also, as I discussed, these Coya terraces along here had been previously approved by the commission with orders of conditions. The maintenance of these Coya terraces had been allowed and had been ongoing to the full knowledge of the town. And when we talked about this, because of the damage that had occurred to these from the June storms, with Jeff Carlson, that this seemed to be the most applicable and appropriate way to, number one, allow the maintenance and repair of these Coya terraces after these most recent storms. And it also, I'll just use the colloquial term, kind of clean up the permitting for these Coya terraces that have been installed for nearly 20 years, to bring everything up to in a currently authorized state, to allow the ongoing these Coya terraces to remain in place and to allow them to be maintained going forward.
Well, I'll allow other commissioners to weigh in, but when you say this is, shouldn't be considered as appropriate because it's June 2021, I mean, first of all, it reflects the fact that the Quar rolls basically stabilized it up to that point. Wow. And I take you back to our Jeff Carlson's email to you on January 24th, which explains in great detail why he agrees with the DEP that this requires a new filing to rebuild this structure. And I repeat, there seems to be no immediate emergency, and I think Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong, but when the DEP issued its superseding order of conditions in 2013, it was on the basis that the closest part of 99 Baxter Road was around 35 feet from the edge of the bluff. So, but Seth, you've had your hand up, I noticed, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to make one point about the 40-foot imminent threat statistic that is being referred to and has been referred to in many other permit applications in this general area. That is a designation that was never made by the Town of Nantucket Conservation Commission. That was a designation that was made by the town of Nantucket DPW. And with relation to their process and structural building issues. So I don't necessarily think that directly requires us to say the DPW thinks there's an imminent threat, the Concom has to abide by that and think that there's an imminent threat. We have to make our own justification on the basis of our regulations and the basis of our knowledge of the area. There very well may or may not be an imminent threat there, but we shouldn't just be blankly using the 40-foot line from the DPW without doing our proper review. Thank you.
Thank you. I might add to that, you know, 63, lot 63, where Dwight says, you know, in this photograph, it has a vegetated bank along with being 32 feet from the bluff. There's ample room to move it back, and the same is true of 65, excuse me. And I mean, it's also true of 69, actually. And anyway, so do we have any further observations by commissioners? And if there aren't any, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take Seth's point about the 40-foot mark. I would say 60 foot would feel like a threat to me, you know, being way up high on that bank. So I'm feeling safe with the 40-foot overall. I would vote in favor of doing some maintenance work out here and await the NOI. Thank you.
Well, I have to make the point to you, if I may, Mike, as looking at the plan, that that the only ones between 61 and 75, but you know, with the distance of 68, 61, and 68, the 48, 41 was 75 and 39, and the one that can be moved and also has the bluff, you know, has a vegetated bank in front of it, is 32. So I think you'd be feeling pretty secure if you were owning one of those houses at the moment. So I look at this as being an abuse of the emergency provision. Well, abuse is too strong a word, but
yeah, I'll stand by my that. I think it's okay to do some maintenance work while the NOI comes in, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And yes, Mark.
Thank you. Who was the applicant for this emergency request?
The homeowners for from lot 61 to 83.
And what guarantee do we have that they'll maintain them properly?
Well, that is obviously one of the topics that this emergency allows to occur, is that doing this as an emergency certification, as I mentioned, when you look at this aerial photograph for these lots, there is signs of active erosion and slope failure. So there is the slope is not stable. So the idea is to provide some level of protection, because any other measures will take quite a bit of time to implement. So the idea is to do the maintenance, to do this round of maintenance and repair, submit the notice of intent such that if an order of conditions is issued, that order of conditions would have the ongoing maintenance requirements. I would presume that the commission, if they were to issue an order of conditions, would have ongoing maintenance requirements. In that way, the maintenance would occur on a regular basis. So this allows for the protection of the homes for the short term by getting these repairs done sooner than later, so within the 30 days, and then the longer term maintenance of these systems until such time as the larger project, which is a subject of its own NOI, might move forward.
Yeah, follow up, Ian.
Yes, you may, Mark.
We're not dealing with an entity here. We're dealing with some cooperating homeowners. You think they'd be willing to put up a substantial bond in case they decide to walk away as the Wisconsin Beach Gang walked away from their project?
I would, have to talk with those homeowners about that. I can't make a financial decision for them on the fly, Commissioner Beal.
I mean, I'm concerned that they might decide that it's time to sell their house and move to Nantucket or move to Florida and then walk away from their obligation to maintain it. And then the town's stuck with it, and we're back where we were with the Wisconsin Beach Friends.
Well, in order of conditions runs with the property. So it's attached to the title, and it is incumbent upon the applicant at the time and the owner and any owners, heirs, and successors to that property, as long as the order of conditions is valid. So if they were to sell, the new owners would be subject to that order of conditions. That's why that's why an order of conditions is put in the chain of title.
Thank you.
So Linda had her hand up first before you, Joe, as did Seth. So Linda?
I agree with Mike. I think it's an appropriate request, given the seriousness of the issue, the damage to them. I don't have any problem allowing them to continue right now while they're putting an NOI in, or however they're going to deal with this, working with staff. I have no issue with this.
Thank you. Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions and potential concerns about the delineation of the setbacks based on the LiDAR aerial survey from 2021. Is this LiDAR data that was part of the monitoring reports or submissions for the GEO2 project, or is this separate?
This is the LiDAR data from the from this the Southeast Nantucket survey reports. Yes.
Thank you. And I asked not because I necessarily think the data is flawed, but because I've asked several times over the years that we get the consultant who does that work, AirShark, to appear before us. For those of you who I haven't said this before to, I am a certified remote pilot with experience in aerial surveying. And I did have some technical questions for them at different points in the past about their methodology. And I do think if we're basing the justification for an emergency on those setbacks do need to be confirmed before we can move forward. I know the company, and they have a great reputation, but I think that we're using 3+ year old data here that has never really been spoken for. So I have some concerns based on that. Thank you.
Joe.
Yes, I have a sense in listening to the discussion that if emergency was replaced by regular maintenance, it might not be such a hot topic. I support regular maintenance, and this sounds like regular maintenance.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that?
Yes, by all means, Dwight.
Yes, Commissioner, after the storms in January, we did reach out to the commission, or to the staff, Mr. Carlson, about doing this as maintenance and, to repair it and maintain it. But because those storms, came out of the southeast, they were, very intense storms. In his Jeff's email identified that, the damage to these was more than just the routine maintenance that had normally occurred, that the extent of the repairs and in some replacement needed was beyond the normal maintenance. And so the discussion was, how can we get out there and maintain it? And we talked about the approaches. And so since we're in the active storm season, the approach that we discussed was to do this post-storm repairs, maintenance under the emergency certification, and follow that up with a notice of intent afterwards, so that the Coya terraces could be, installed and maintained and repaired going forward. There is a 30-day, the work can only occur within 30 days. So the idea is to get as much of the replacement and repairs done within those 30 days. There'd likely need to be some more work, but that would not occur until an order of conditions was issued. And then the order, as I said, we presume would have conditions that require ongoing inspection and maintenance to maintain the integrity of the Coya terraces going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? All right, so RJ, and I seen your hand up, and also Spruce. RJ, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair Golding. I'm confused, to say the least, about this application. It appears that these properties already have a notice of intent before the commission that's being heard and in the process of being heard. And as far as it being maintenance and repair, I think DEP concluded a couple weeks ago that this, especially on a couple of those properties near 79, goes well beyond that and would require that new notice of intent and alternatives analysis to take a serious look at what can go before these houses, because a lot's changed in 20 years. As you mentioned, Chair Golding, a lot of those houses are substantially improved and wouldn't be entitled to the same sort of protections. So it appears as if the commission's already hearing a notice of intent for potential protections for these houses. And doing another NOI with another emergency certification would be kind of redundant. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Spruce?
Thank you, Chairman. Burton Balkine. Forgive me, as I am not a scientist, as you know, or not a commission member, so I'm not privy to all the information, but I'm curious. I have some questions. My first question would be, is this is the installation that is now pretty much gone, is there a working permit? Is there a valid permit for that? That's my first question. I haven't been able to get an answer for that.
I don't believe there is. There's an expired amended order of condition through an enforcement order relating to the maintenance of the structure. That's but Jeff,
I can answer that real quickly. Is the existing order of conditions for that structure has expired, and no certificate of compliance was ever issued for that previously existing order.
So, thank you. So that leads to my next question, which would be, under what conditions would the emergency order follow if there's no valid conditions right now, order of conditions for this project? What are they gonna follow?
Do you want me to take that?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
Jeff.
So I'll just do this in general and not necessarily related to this project specifically, but in an emergency certification process, the commission does have the ability, when they issue that certification, to issue conditions related to the work described to abate the emergency. And then that's the purpose of the notice of intent after the fact, is to kind of normalize that permit and also create what the long-term permit conditions would be. So it's essentially a permit for the construction, followed up by an application for the maintenance of.
Thank you, Jeff. That actually makes things a little clearer in my mind. I hope for the commissioners too. My next question is in either the Massachusetts state regulations or the Nantucket local regulations, what are we constituting an emergency in this case for the Conservation Commission to address? What's the emergency? What's the regs?
Jeff, would you like to answer that?
Yeah. So what the
No, actually, Dwight, I actually asked Jeff if he would
Oh,
like
okay.
to answer
Sorry
that.
about that, Commissioner Chair.
So I'll try and invest. So typically, I think what the applicant in this case is asserting is that by following the issued guidance from the Department of Public Works, they're falling within certain provisions of distance to an eroding coastal bank that's within their estimated point of concern for the building structure. So the applicant has applied for emergency relief to protect from that eroding condition related to the distance that was determined by a town entity.
Thank you. That again clears things up a little. So if I understand you correct, Chairman Goulding, through you to Jeff, if I understand you correctly, there's really no local reg that covers this as far as what an emergency is. You're using another town entity to base your decision on?
Yeah, so typically the commission doesn't have the ability to really declare an emergency. You know, we can't say it. Emergencies are usually determined either by separate order or separate criteria being met that determines something is. I think in this case, emergency is a little different of a word. You know, something is imminently threatened by changing environmental conditions. You know, other emergencies that we've seen and dealt with before, not to bring up sore subjects for people that might be on the call or not, are things like when the sewer force main broke, we had to issue an emergency permit to do some of that work within the resource area and do some certain things. The real provision that's important with emergency permits is obviously establishing that emergency, you know, through that criteria, since we don't define that because it's hard to predict what an emergency will truly be. But it's also, the commission is only able to permit the work that is necessary to abate the emergency. So I would say, you know, in a case like this, it's not appropriate or even within the boundaries of the emergency certification to try to set up, you know, a nourishment program or other maintenance to that structure, just for the fact that that's what the notice is for, and that's above and beyond abating the emergency. So, you know, classic example is if something is falling in, if you get an emergency certification to relocate the house, just moving it out of harm's way is abating the emergency. That emergency certification may not cover setting the house back on a new foundation with a new septic system and all that. That's what the subsequent notice is for.
Again, thank you very much, Jeff. That's a great explanation. I totally understand it. So all I'm going to ask, if this board is entertaining allowing this in quotations emergency order, I ask that some of the conditions that they think about are, right now the beach at low tide does not have a lot of room left. Never mind at high tide, there's almost no room left. So I would hope the board would think about the actual mechanics and condition the project so that they have a understanding of not getting into mean low water or interfering at all with any of the littoral system with heavy machinery, and that there is a lot of monitoring of the project as it has been shown to not always be in full compliance, and there is no valid order of conditions that they're following right now. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to take so much time.
Thank you, Spruce. There are, I'm somewhat surprised that we don't have the DPW in front of this, because Baxter Road shows here that on the lots that are unprotected, they're 46 to 53 feet away from the bluff. And I really have to reiterate that to try and claim that a property that is 65 feet away from the edge and has another, 66 feet away, as lot 61 is, and then has a vegetated bluff that would appear to be at least another 60 feet before the beach. There is absolutely no emergency involved at all. But I don't want to repeat myself. I'm just, so I won't. So Seth, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to let everyone know that our or the criteria for designating an emergency is actually much more specific than the discussion has happened tonight. The emergency can only be certified if there is if the project is necessary to protect the health and safety of citizens of the Commonwealth. That's what the emergency is used for. So like in the case of the sewer force main breaking that Jeff described, there was a necessary emergency to prevent unmitigated sewage to deal with the unmitigated sewage that was going all over the streets and harbors. So we need to actually find as a commission here that this project will directly protect health and safety of the citizens of the Commonwealth. And that protection cannot be achieved if this project did not go forward. We need to find that today if we are going to certify said emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Mark and Linda, do you have anything to add that hasn't been said before? Mark?
I have one question, I think, for Jeff. How did DEP get in this, and have they specifically said they must file an NOI for this project?
So the short answer is, post all of these storms, we obviously island-wide took a pretty good hit island-wide in a lot of structures, not just this one. Took significant damage and problems. And I originally checked in with DEP to see if there was going to be any relief given to projects or things that were there. And then we kind of continued down the path on, what guidance are you going to give related to projects with expired orders, with current orders? What should we be allowing? What should we not be allowing? And in my talks with them, they made it pretty clear that projects that had been removed, especially in cases where there weren't current order of conditions, would require a new filing to replace or the structure that's substantially missing. So that was kind of the discussion. It's not I'll just want to be very clear for everyone, that's not an atypical discussion after large storm events that we have with DEP, because frequently if the storm is of substance that it's especially Commonwealth-wide damage, they often do issue abilities for kind of blanket emergency reliefs in spots. That's how, not to pick another scam for the commission, that's how the original concrete block wall at Sacajapon got installed when the road washed away, is that was covered by a blanket emergency through Mass DEP related to those winter storms. So usually after storms in our due diligence, we check in with them and make sure what they're doing. They've also had a kind of a more current leadership change within DEP, and sometimes they interpret things differently too. So we usually check in, but that's kind of how our conversation started with DEP.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well, thank
yes,
you,
Mark.
Jeff. I'm just surprised that we're considering this when DEP says we should make them file an NOI. But go ahead. I'm done.
Can I add to that, Mr. Chair? I apologize
of
for
course,
just
Jeff.
butting in, but I thought I would do it. So when you're looking at this too, is I appreciate the fact that the DEP said they need to file an NOI, and I think you know, when I had talked to Dwight and entertained it, is there's obviously a concern for active erosion in sites that were going on. The interesting thing about emergency certifications are they require that NOI to go with it. It's not like, and I know we've done it before, whether it's popular at DEP or not is on the fence, where we've seen things where we order things moved through like a friendly enforcement action. That doesn't necessarily require a subsequent filing, but it's simply, you know, your house is hanging over the edge. You need to remove it. We're going to do it through enforcement. And in some of those cases, when houses end up at the dump, we just have, you know, traditionally done it through enforcements to not require someone to file a notice for removing their house and demolishing it. So that's kind of the interesting part of the emergency, is that you're still meeting that requirement while allowing some level of protection for, you know, I think in this case, they contend for safety purposes to go forward, a pretty minimal amount. So I don't think that's subverting DEP's guidance. I think it's just approaching it in a little different manner.
Linda, do you have anything to add that hasn't been said before?
Well, I get more confused than I'm not confused. I think it boils down to me is that they're here because what the installation has been severely compromised. That is at the toe of the bank. That would be an emergency. I still haven't changed my opinion. I've actually more solidified my opinion that we should allow them to go ahead and do repairs, emergency repairs, while they file the NOI. I mean, that's what the intent is. That's what DEP is. They want it filed. I don't see the issue here. I just don't.
Thank you, Linda. Tim?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I have to admit, I'm very confused about all these definitions and so on, but it seems to me that they should be allowed to do this. And whatever the definition of emergency is, I think this is fine.
Thank you, Tim. Deanne, I see your hand up.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I apologize for the technical difficulties I've been having. I have 3 points. One is in terms of current data, the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy commissioned photogrammetry imaging done by a technician in early January. And we have that data that was done throughout the project area for the NOI. And we have it ready to submit for the NOI, but we can get it to you tomorrow. So you would have current data that would be relative to 61 up to 83. 1. 2 is that I guess it's a question. Are there drawings for this installation? I mean, the permit, there are actually 2 permits that expired in 2010. The original permits were for what was then called banking and terracing. I don't know that we have ever seen any drawings for these so-called quar terraces. And it certainly seems like the installation below 79 has grown and enlarged, and we don't know how that's consistent with any plans that were approved by the commission. And I don't recall in Mr. Dunk's letter that's under discussion now that there were any drawings or anything that the commission is approving. And then my third point is that the license for this project expired in 2010. And we're talking about work on land that does not belong to these private property owners. It belongs to the people of Nantucket. And in order for any work to proceed, there has to be a license. And the license has to be issued by the town, and the license has to be approved by town meeting. And I think that's a very important controlling factor that hasn't been discussed tonight.
Thank you, Deanne. RJ, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Golding. Agree with everything that Deanne said, and this application is for something that did expire quite a while ago. There were ongoing conditions for it, but conditions on the ground have changed significantly. This isn't like some of the erosion that the commission has seen on the South Shore, where suddenly a structure is about to fall in. These structures have been here for decades. The core logs have held the line. They've been repaired periodically, but the conditions on the ground, as far as the tide line, as far as any sort of other beach and coastal bank features like that, haven't really been brought forth. And considering how difficult it's been for the commission to work with that removal order for what's just to the north, the idea of putting all these core logs back down without getting an idea of what is possible, what's permittable, and considering an emergency when structures are over 50 feet away and have been for a while, just seems like a poor decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwight?
Yes, just a few comments. Number one, I just want to reiterate and agree with, in terms of what Jeff has said, that, this approach of the emergency certification does require the follow-up notice of intent. So, as he said, it's not like an enforcement order a friendly enforcement order that would be it. So the intent here is to pursue the repair and the maintenance that has been ongoing for years, and so that can continue, and then follow it up with a notice of intent for all of the reasons that have been stated today. In terms of the emergency, the public does access the bluff walk that's along there. So there is the public that walks along the top of the bluff that has become less stable. At 83, there was about 5 feet or so of the bluff at the top that has given way from these recent storms. So there is active erosion that's going on. As we can see, as I pointed out on these photos, in other times, that the bluff is showing active signs of bank failure. So this is not a stable bank and needs to continue to have some level of protection. There was also a comment about 79 growing over time. You may recall that for the most recent enforcement order on that was, I believe it was 2019 or 2020, no, 2021, I think. We had a comparison of where the toe of the Coyer Terraces at 79 were relative to the offset from Baxter Road, and that has not grown seaward over time. It has been holding the line. Any apparent seaward growth of that is actually because of the retreat of the bluff and the toe of the bluff on the neighboring properties, and as those Coyer terraces are maintained, they're maintained along the toe of the bluff. So, you know, that has been addressed previously with the commission. As I said, that the intent here is to allow for the repairs and the post-storm repairs that you know, have been ongoing for years, and then followed up by a notice of intent to address the concerns of the commission, you know, for any ongoing Coyer terraces along here. And in terms of the design, the Coyer terraces that are out there are stacked Coyer, and the intent is to have the contractor replace, repair what's there. So repair the Coyer tubes that are there, replace them as they were previously, and cover them with sand. So it's the same type of installation or construction that has been out there for years. And, you know, the contractor would replicate what's been out there for years. So I just wanted to summarize that we're, you know, the intent here is to follow up with a notice of intent.
So Dwight, I'm not sure if I misunderstood you, but the public footpath ends at lot 65. And so it runs along the hedgerow on lot 67. And at that point, there's 32 feet and a vegetated bluff at lot 63 and 66 feet. And a vegetated bluff of about another 80 feet. So I hardly think that the public footpath is in danger.
Well, when you, pardon me, Chairman Golding, but when you look at the aerial on 63, the setback is 32 feet, but at the northerly edge of 63 and in front of 65, there's active erosion on that bluff.
So I was out there a week ago, Dwight, and I did not feel that I was taking my life in my hands as I walked down there to get down to the beach to have a look at what was happening, to see the remains of the choir that hasn't been picked up, I might add. So, and if these applications were in front of us individually, we would be baffled that these demands were being made, especially since many of them aren't even, you know, entitled to protection. So, but at this point, I don't see. I would say that we need to put this to a vote. Seth, would you again define what you consider to be an emergency? And I have to say, Dwight, that, you know, when you talk about the contractors going in and doing maintenance, the fact is some of the roles are completely missing. There are no plans, as far as I know, that they would use to maintain. And part of the reason why I would approve, why I would like to see an official NOI is so that we actually see drawings of what is going to be contemplated and constructed. So, yes, Seth.
It's not my definition, it's DEP's definition that the emergencies are only for projects that are necessary for the protection of health and safety of citizens of the Commonwealth. I would say too, in issuing an emergency certification, as Jeff said, our certification is only for the absolute minimum necessary requirements to abate an emergency. So if we think that there's an emergency happening on some of these parcels, but not all of them, we are allowed to create an order that allows for maintenance on only some of the parcels. Should we do that? I don't know, but that is certainly within our capacity. We are tasked with putting the absolute minimum amount of work into place before an NOI could be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. So I see Meredith Moldenar's hand up. Meredith?
Actually, mine was up before hers, but all right.
Meredith? Well, go ahead, Linda.
Well, I was going to make a motion to sort of incorporate what Seth just said to allow them to do the minimum maintenance while they're applying for the NOI.
Well,
sorry, Linda and Chair. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Obviously, we would be very much appreciative of a motion in favor of allowing us to maintain the status quo. These are a combination of homeowners, and we do think that allowing us to move forward with maintaining the status quo, we can obviously address a lot of these issues down the road. But these are properties where we have gone. I've gone and walked the beach and seen this last 2 weeks as well, Ian, Commissioner Golding. And so I think that, we are really looking forward to having this issue addressed and allowing us to maintain what has been allowed for many years. And we look forward to addressing a lot of these comments during an NOI if that is something that's necessary.
I'll reiterate my motion again.
No, Linda, not yet. And so Meredith, you're welcome to call me Ian. And but you bought the house from John Merson, 71, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no choir roll at all in front of 71 because John was of the opinion that nature should take its course. And the same is true of lot 73. And it shows in the aerial that there's no choir roll at all on those two properties, right?
Well, that would mean that you haven't walked the beach then in the last couple of years.
I was down there 2 weeks ago, and you can see my photographs if you'd like to see photographs.
When we bought the house, we coordinated with the contractor who is no longer working with this group. And they informed us that, this was permitted and we installed them as permitted. We provided documentation. There is choir terraces from 83 all the way down to 61. And so, that is something that obviously we look forward to discussing with the commission if that is something that is, necessary. But we also think that all of the homeowners amongst this group are just asking the commission to maintain the status quo, respond to the storms that were devastating in January, 3 in a row that really show that the choir terraces are insufficient for this area as they, suffered a lot of damage. A majority of them are still there. Ours actually were pushed up by the wind and the surf and the waves. A lot of the other ones I would say had shark bites taken out of them, but are still there. Some of them just need to be simply tied up and repaired. There's a wide variety. Most of them are still there and just need basic minimal levels of repair. And so
Thank you,
what
Meredith.
we're asking
You've made
is
your
that
point.
be
Thank you. You've made your point, and I apologize for having a faulty memory for blanking out that apparently I should. It's clear that this aerial from June 21 is definitely inaccurate. So
I'll reiterate my motion again, Mr. Chairman. I'm waiting for a second.
Not yet, Linda. We have Dwight, did you have anything to add?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I had sent correspondence to Jeff Carlson, which included photos showing that there were choir terraces along this whole stretch that were exposed and visible after these January storms. The aerial photo from 2021, some of those choir, some of the choir is actually covered by sand, so it's not visible in the aerial that there was choir buried in the sand that the storms washed away the sand and now exposed those coir. So the correspondence submitted to Jeff on February 2 does document that there is coir along this whole stretch. That's now visible, that may not have been visible because it was covered by sand previously.
Thank you. Spruce?
Yes, very
Do you have
quickly.
anything to add that hasn't been
Yes,
discussed?
I'm just gonna ask the commission. It doesn't seem like there's an imminent emergency like a sewer breaking or house falling in. I'd ask that maybe we could revisit this after there's some kind of plan submitted, since there isn't any valid permit on this project right now. I mean, I think it's not a big ask to ask for some kind of drawings or some kind of schematics. I mean, when Meredith says to restore them to the status quo, I don't know what that means. And I think Seth makes a good point that the minimum amount of maintenance is what the emergency order requires. I mean, there has to be some kind of plan what the minimum is. I don't think you could just permit it today and just say go make it back status quo. That's my point. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Meredith, do you have your hand up again? Okay, so Linda.
I made the motion. I'm just waiting for you to ask for a second.
What is your motion?
To let them do the minimum maintenance. And they have to apply for an NOI immediately.
So as an emergency provision, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
By roll call vote, Mark Beal?
No.
Tim Brain?
Yes.
Seth Engelborg?
Aye.
Mike Mizzarelli?
Aye.
Joe Plandowski?
You're muted, Joe.
Aye.
Linda Williams?
Aye.
Ian Golding, no. So that's carried 5-2 with Mark Beal and Ian Golding voting in the negative. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. So that brings us on to discussion of a potential adoption of the Nantucket Wetland Regulations Update. And I would suggest that we postpone this since it's already 9 o'clock to, and plus we don't actually have, Jeff, I believe I'm correct in saying we don't have them all brought up to speed quite.
No, I think we have a little cleanup to do, but I also 1,000,000% agree that it's 9 p.m. and been a long meeting, and this could be a discussion that takes some time. So I would suggest carrying it forward to our next regular meeting on March the 7th. And we'll try to do some additional outreach to let people know that it's there through like our social media and things like that to get the word out.
Yeah, I suggest something, Ian.
Yes, please do, Mark.
That it be placed first on the agenda.
I'm not sure. Can we do that, Jeff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
We've
It's a
been
public
dodging.
hearing, so we can put it before the notice of intent next time.
I think
We've
that's
been
a
dodging
great
this
idea.
pretty-
That's a
Right,
great.
and apologies to anyone who stayed on for this, but I think a more productive I can't even say it, a more productive discussion will happen not at 9 p.m. after 4 hours of meeting. So
I
couldn't agree more.
Do we need a motion to postpone or just leave it
I
at
think
that?
you could. I would just say if someone could make a motion to continue to March the 7th, that would be great.
Okay.
Real quick, just before we skip it, we have at least one hand up in the attendees. I don't know if that's an issue.
I can't see them.
Not opening it.
And
we have
right. So
Deanne just emailed me that her hand is up, but I don't see a hand, and I have Tobias.
No, we're gonna just continue. So it's continued until March the 7th. So
If people do have comments, please submit them in writing to us and we can get them to everybody.
thank you, Jeff. All right, approval of minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Linda. Seconded by Joe, by roll call vote. Mark Beal,
Aye.
Kim Brain,
Sorry, aye.
Seth Engelborg,
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Joe Plandowski,
Aye.
Linda Williams,
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. Discussion of meeting schedule for town, SPPF NOI, we've done that. Monitoring reports,
There's 3. Does anybody have any questions about them?
No.
nope, nope.
I do have the quickest staff comment later. Just don't skip me.
Okay, enforcement actions, potential enforcement actions,
Nothing for this evening.
reports, crack,
Nothing new.
CPC,
Nothing new.
NP and EDC,
Nothing to report.
harbor plan,
Powering through each section.
offshore wind work group, nothing to report.
Right.
And then commissioners' comments.
Another good meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Linda. Even though we agree to disagree on some subjects. So yes,
Democracy.
there you go.
Big word in the consciousness lately.
Yeah. Keep it civil. So yes, Seth.
Okay, I'm very sorry for this, but I do have a comment that is time sensitive. So in the review of the Town of Nantucket annual town meeting warrant, there are 3 articles that directly relate to real estate conveyance of lands that are under control, are owned by the Town of Nantucket, but are under control of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. These are articles 85, 90, and 98. I'm actually a little bit surprised that the select board just went ahead and put these on the warrant without actually asking us first. But we need to very quickly schedule a hearing to discuss our opinions on these. And we need to do that soon because town meeting is coming up. So that if that could be made an agenda item for our very next meeting, if possible, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for bringing that up.
There's three warrant articles, Seth.
85, 90, and 98. And they relate to 2 parcels, the 35 Grove Lane parcel, which is our largest parcel. I've talked about this before. It's 10 acres.
Yeah.
And then the second parcel is one of the mystery parcels that we couldn't find. And I know the reason now. It's because 3 parcels are verifiable parcels. 3 parcels are in road layouts. This is one of the ones that's in a road layout of Ames Avenue. But it exists on the land court records. So that's 85 and 90. Those are the articles to convey them from the Concom to the town, or to disperse them to the town. And then 98 is to convey them to different landowners, the land bank in our case.
Okay,
I
gotta go.
Joe, did you have a question? Or an
Yes,
observation,
yes.
I should say?
Yes, I did. And the thing that surprised me that I heard earlier several times is that we keep putting the pool regulation in that it needs to be pumped out if you want to get rid of the water. Yet we heard some comments that there are very few deliveries made to the sewage plant. Who's responsible for that? We put it in the orders of condition, and then what?
The homeowner's responsible for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who's
But the unfortunate thing is that I believe that about the deliveries to the sewer department. I haven't heard that myself, but
What's going on?
See?
Deanne, you're not muted.
No, she's not.
I have no ability to mute myself or unmute myself.
I can mute
Will-
you now if you want. Sorry.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much. Good night, all.
Good night, Dan. So, Will, on the emergency order, that obviously needs to be drafted. So you and Jeff will be working on it tomorrow morning. And,
I would say yes.
okay, so you're on notice that I'm going to be reporting tomorrow morning. Okay.
At your service.
All right.
That's probably a bad salute.
And then administrative staff reports.
Real quick, just apologies for the webinar issues. Hopefully we will get this all figured out. The other thing is that last meeting, I had forgot to bring up an emergency order that I drafted that day. So I just want to make you guys aware because I'm going to send out a signature page tomorrow. But 334 Matticat Road, there was a garage. A big chunk was taken out in one of those many storms that we had, and the garage was imminently about to go over. So they were allowed to move the garage. I think Art's still on the call, so sorry, Art, that I never got your signature page out, but you're still good with the signed order. But I just wanted to let you guys know because you'll see that tomorrow.
Great. Thank you.
Sounds like an emergency to me.
It was a clear emergency, but I didn't want it to be
Mark.
confused. I didn't want it to be confused with the other one that we discussed this evening.
No hard feelings.
Snide Beal, keep it down. Okay. So.
And that's it. And thank you everybody for your patience with this new system that nobody
It didn't work.
wanted.
Yeah, true. All right, so I'm happy to entertain a motion to adjourn at this point. Joe, thank you.
Adjourn.
Seconded by Tim, thank you, by roll call vote. Mark Beal,
Aye.
Tim Brain,
Aye.
Seth Engelborg,
Aye.
Mike Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Joe Pendowski,
Aye.
Linda Williams,
Aye.
Ian Golding, aye. Good night, everybody.
Good night, folks.
Night.
Good night.
Charlie, I texted you, but we're adjourned. Thank you for staying up so late.